Chapter 292. The world has changed. Hearing Gu En's words, Xianxia fell into silence. She felt somewhat lost inside. She had always been faced with choices. She had escaped from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to the Supreme Sect, then from the Supreme Sect to the Nine Nether Road, and even after establishing the Juhua Sect, she still had to flee to the Great Cold Demon Sect? Could it be that all her choices had been wrong? It seemed that no matter when she returned, Gu En never changed. Gu En saw the mood she was in. He was afraid of saying too much. After all, she didn't have the confidence he did. How could he judge everyone by his own standards? My nature dictates that I cannot travel far and wide. You are much stronger than I am. You can go on adventures, but you must never fully trust anyone, especially the demon sect, Gu En said. Xianxia snapped to attention upon hearing this. What was she thinking? If she hadn't fled, she'd already be dead. Even compared with Gu En, her cultivation level was rising rapidly. Although the path seemed difficult and bitter, her cultivation was her achievement. She was now at the 7th floor of the Divinity Transformation Realm. Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled. She glared at Gu En and said, "You've refused me time and again. Be careful or I might stop caring about you. When you run into trouble and think of me, it will be too late." Gu En solemnly said, "As long as you are safe, it doesn't matter if you forget about me. Meeting and knowing each other in this life is a destiny forged over 100 lifetimes." Touched by his words, Xianxia thought to herself, this brat knows how to talk. If his cultivation were higher, how many girls of heavenly pride would he lead astray? Of course, she believed that Gu En truly thought this way and wasn't just trying to please her. After knowing him for so many years, she never heard Gu En ask her for anything. Xianxia looked at Gu En, wanting to tease him, but no words could pass her throat. That's because this time, the situation was truly different. She felt that Gu En had underestimated the power of the Great Cold Demon Sect. Indeed, in the past few years, when the heavenly fire calamity that covered the skies was blocked by Sword Venerable Fudao, the common beings on the mainland did not see the tragic scenes over the seas, where many creatures died in agony. The one who had acted was only a cultivator from the Great Cold Demon Sect, and now, a large group of cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect was on their way. Just the thought filled her with despair, seeing no glimmer of hope for victory. Who in the world could stand against the colossal presence of the Great Cold Demon Sect like this? Xianxia looked at Gu En's gentle smiling face and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Silly boy, what is written in books is not necessarily true. Indeed, since ancient times, good has triumphed over evil, but if evil wins, it can become the new good. Xianxia did not immediately leave after returning but stayed within the 8 scenic caves. Gu En would visit her every other day, each time trying various ways to persuade him, whether by tempting him with legends of the Great Cold Demon Sect or by teaching him spells. Gu En steadfastly refused, but since he didn't want to confront her directly, they were at a stalemate. Half a month passed. The weather was still scorching hot. As Gu En came down from the loft, he was confronted by Ji Xiaoyu at the foot of the stairs. "Who is that woman?" Ji Xiaoyu asked, staring at Gu En. Her expression was calm, but her eyes seemed rather sharp. Gu En was surprised and asked, "What woman?" "There's a scent of another woman on you." "So what if there is? What about it?" Gu En didn't seem to care, chuckling. After all, in this world, it's the explanations that are suspect. The less you care, the less significant it seems. In fact, nothing had happened between him and Xianxia, but he couldn't betray her by revealing her plan to defect to the Great Cold Demon Sect. Gu En hadn't urged Xianxia to give up on joining the Great Cold Demon Sect because he wasn't sure of the sect's strength himself. If the Great Cold Demon Sect turned out to be powerful enough that even he couldn't deal with it, he'd have to flee too. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Gu En and said, "Haven't you noticed a change in the atmosphere of the mortal world?" Gu En looked around and said, "How has it changed? Those who should be sweeping are sweeping, those who want to play chess are still playing chess. Look, there's even a rat leading an ox." Ji Xiaoyu followed his gaze and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. "Never mind, it's just as well. In life, cherishing the present is enough," she said softly before turning back to her room to continue her cultivation. Gu En didn't try to retain her. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on Medicine Valley. He saw much more than Ji Xiaoyu did, and much clearer too. Ever since the real Bai Hong displayed heavenly fire, the entire sea had been engulfed by a frenzy of escape, which gradually affected the mainland. Many noble families began to venture across the seas or rush to the Nine Nether Road. Moreover, many were spreading rumors that the Great Cold Demon sect was about to launch a massive invasion, all of which Guan knew were minions hastily recruited by the Great Cold Demon sect cultivators, intended to sow panic in this part of the mortal world. At the Say-breaking rift, the soul-calming pagoda was already crammed with countless cultivators from the Great Cold Demon sect, the least of whom were at the Nirvana realm, with the number of heaven and earth flying immortals surpassing 100. Besides the life-seizing immortal, there were even 3 carefree primordial immortals. A total of 4 carefree primordial immortals. This force was absolutely overwhelming in this part of the mortal world, unstoppable. The key was that the Great Cold Demon sect was still sending reinforcements. Guan hadn't made a move yet because he didn't know the full extent of the Great Cold Demon sect's resources. However, he wasn't just waiting idly, he had already used his divine sense to scan the great heavenly spirit land, looking for a safe place far from this part of the mortal world. If he really couldn't stand against them, he would take everyone he cared about with him and leave, ready to start life anew. Of course, this was a last resort. It all depended on whether the Great Cold Demon sect had a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. So far, the highest level among the carefree primordial immortals was only the 5th floor. Before a divine immortal of wondrous dharma appeared, Guan, who was at the 9th floor of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm, wouldn't panic. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left. An ancient hour later, riding on the blood prison great saint, he arrived at Tianya Valley with Yang Jian and Li Lingtian following behind. Li Lingtian wore an impatient expression. It was clear he was not keen on coming to Tianya Valley. Li Xiandao was waiting inside the valley. Guan, accompanied by the 2 men, entered the courtyard where Li Xiandao was. By now, Li Lingshan's cultivation had reached the 8th floor of the core formation realm, pleasing Li Xiandao, who complimented him for not neglecting his cultivation. Let's get one thing straight, I don't want to go back. Besides, Father Emperor, you're still in good spirits, so there's no need for me to act as the crown prince. Li Lingtian said immediately. Li Xiandao shook his head with a smile, while Guan actually found this quite amusing. Li Xiandao planned to reign as emperor for eternity. Naturally, the crown prince was the most feared threat. The only reason Li Lingtian became the crown prince was on behalf of Empress Yang and the Yang family. Li Lingshan's words made Guan look at him with newfound respect. This youngster seemed to have the wisdom of playing the fool. Li Xiandao became serious. It's not about you returning to the palace, but to your mother's family to sail with them. There's no room for discussion. Your mother has given a strict order. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He instinctively wanted to ask why, but he quickly understood. For a time, the atmosphere in the courtyard fell silent. Li Xiandao turned to Guan and asked, "The Supreme Sect has yet to formulate a strategy. Do you want to join Lingtian in leaving?" The reason the Supreme Sect had no strategy was something Guan had heard from LV Badian. The Hall of Elders had debated multiple times about whether to evacuate, fearing that it might offend Sword Venerable Fudao, who had been willing to protect them. How could they run away now? Sword Venerable Fudao took action not for himself, but to save them, the mortal spirits. LV Baitin also consulted Guan, asking his opinion on whether they should evacuate. This time, Guan offered no advice. He wanted the Supreme Sect to make their own decision. If the Supreme Sect chose to flee, he certainly wouldn't follow them but would find a place to hide instead. From then on, his connection with the Supreme Sect would be severed. Guan had no burdens regarding the Supreme Sect. He owed them nothing, quite the contrary, the sect owed him a lot. It'll pass. Let the Supreme Sect decide. I can't leave the Supreme Sect, Guan answered. Upon hearing this, Li Linggang quickly said, "Father Emperor, I can also—" "Shut up." Li Xiandao barked, his eyes sharply intimidating. For a moment, Li Lingtian felt afraid. Yang Jian and the blood prison great saint looked at Li Xiandao in shock. Why did this emperor seem no ordinary man? This situation is different from before. If you follow the supreme sect to evacuate, chances are you will never see your mother again in this life. You must go back. Li Xiandao took a deep breath and said coldly. His mood had been bad all this time, had merely been suppressing it. He had worked hard for many years to secure his empire, and now a calamity threatened to destroy it. How could he not feel indignant? Yet, compared to the immense depth of the great cold demon sect, Taizong dynasty had no intention to resist. Guwen looked at Li Xiandao and asked, "Uncle, what about you?" Li Lingtian turned his gaze angrily to Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao looked at his own teacup on the table and said softly, "Everyone can escape, except me. Even if I have to die, let me die alongside my subjects." With so many people in the Taizong dynasty, not all could escape. If he thought of leaving, the dynasty would surely descend into chaos. Li Lingtian froze, his eyes softening as he looked at Li Xiandao. Yang Jian also grew solemn out of respect for the emperor who had gifted him a divine weapon. The blood prison great saint hadn't expected Li Xiandao to be so resolute, and he rose from his crouch in surprise. Guwen addressed Li Xiandao, "Uncle, have you forgotten the goal you once sought?" Li Xiandao replied, "Without my subjects, what is an emperor's throne worth? An emperor who cannot protect his empire is bound to fail. Even if the empire were to be rebuilt, it would be meaningless." His words inspired admiration in everyone present. Luo Hun even knelt down, expressing with a heavy voice, "Your Highness, I am willing to follow and serve you unto death without regret." Li Xiandao merely waved his hand, not saying much more. Sure, he spoke sincerely, but he hadn't resigned himself to fate. He was gambling. He was betting on the sword Venerable Fudao to overturn the great cold demon sect. He couldn't forget the shock sword Venerable Fudao had brought him during past calamities. He couldn't forget that day when the skies were filled with fierce flames pressuring the living beings, and countless green lights rose up, giving him hope. He felt sword Venerable Fudao was different, a difference that perhaps even transcended cultivation levels. Despite many great cultivators in the world, he just felt that sword Venerable Fudao was the most special. From sword Venerable Fudao, he sensed an aura. That was the aura of invincibility. Should sword Venerable Fudao's heart be kind, then peace would reign throughout the land. Chapter 293. How about I slice that continent in half with one sword? After staying in Tianya Valley for an ancient hour, Guwen left with Blood Prison Great Saint and Yang Jian, while Li Lingtian stayed behind in Tianya Valley, as he was about to head south and venture out to sea. If nothing unexpected happened, at least in Li Lingxian's view, it would be very difficult for him to see Guwen and Yang Jian again in his lifetime. When they parted, Li Lingtian asked Guwen to convey a message to Ji Xiaoyu, speaking words of blessings. "Master, is there really no power in the world willing to come out and stop the great cold demon sect?" Blood Prison Great Saint asked with a tone full of emotion. In his world, there existed no force as formidable. Yang Jian also looked towards Guwen, unworried as long as his martial master was calm. Guwen responded, "How can there not be?" Many led the charge towards the soul-calming pagoda, only to fall due to lack of strength. He spoke the truth. Every now and then, a group of cultivators and demons would assault the soul-calming pagoda, and even if they perished, others would follow their will. Whether the world was good or evil, it was hard to say, but one thing was certain: there existed real justice, and some cultivators deemed it more important than eternal life. Guwen looked into the distance. "Great cold demon sect, you'd better have something worth my fear, or even the Holy King can't protect you. What would the Holy Court do if angered? Kill if necessary, or simply flee to outer heaven?" If no trouble came knocking, Guwen naturally preferred to stay low in the supreme sect. But when trouble came knocking uninvited, he wouldn't swallow his pride. Along the way, having killed numerous madmen, Guwen was always aware of how terrifying his ability to seize life was. In anyone else's hands, it would have caused catastrophe across the world. He managed restraint because that was who he was. Everyone had their path, and he only wished to walk his without guilt. However, the more chaotic the world became, the more he desired to unleash slaughter. He wanted to kill the people of the great cold demon sect. Across the tumultuous seas lay the sea-breaking rift, splitting the ocean in two, beside which stood the towering soul-calming pagoda, its top seeming to touch the sky. The sky brimmed with stifling thunderclouds, with occasional muffled thunder. At the first level of the soul-calming pagoda, the life-seizing immortal sat on a lotus throne, flanked by 3 individuals, none inferior in presence, while hundreds of great cold demon sect cultivators stood in the hall, creating a cheerful ambience with laughter, looking nothing like demon cultivators, adorned in splendid garments and dignified demeanors, some even appearing ethereal and wise. A woman in red next to the life-seizing immortal opened her eyes, turned to him and asked, "Brother, how much longer must we wait? Are there still beings in this mortal region that the 4 of us cannot subdue?" The other 2 carefree primordial immortals opened their eyes, their expressions indifferent, eyes fixed on the life-seizing immortal. Life-seizing immortal slowly opened his eyes, saying, "Caution is the parent of safety. Bai Hong's death was too peculiar, we must not be careless, remember what this land hides." The 3 carefree primordial immortals fell silent. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and weathered many storms, they shed their arrogance upon hearing life-seizing immortals' words. Indeed, the greater the power, the greater the caution required. At this moment, someone in the hall stepped forward and loudly said, "Venerable masters, why not ignite another disaster to test the limits of that mysterious being and drive more people away, lest they hinder us?" With these words, the hall erupted with agreement and cries for revenge for Bai Hong. Life-seizing immortals' gaze turned to the first speaker, a blue-robed Taoist with a treasure sword at his waist and a folding fan in hand, his inherent sword intent formidable even just standing there. "Qingxin, what would you like to do?" asked the life-seizing immortal. Silence followed in the hall. With a smirk, Qingxin the Taoist replied, "I wield a sword capable of slicing oceans and moons alike. How about I cleave that continent in half with a single strike?" After speaking, he raised his arms, turned to face the crowd, prompting applause and cheers in the hall. The majority of cultivators present felt no pressure but rather a playful curiosity to see who would dare oppose the great cold demon sect. Were it another mortal region, they might have worried, but here, like tigers among chickens, where was the reason to fear? Watching Qingxin display such vigor, the other 3 carefree primordial immortals smiled, having watched him grow up and master Taoist sorcery. Now capable of standing on his own, they were naturally pleased. After a moment's hesitation, life-seizing immortal slowly nodded. Seeing this, Qingxin's smile grew larger, declaring, "In that case, I will go now. Fellow disciples, come and enjoy the spectacle with me." The life-seizing immortal added, "Do not stray far. Master, rest assured." Qingxin saluted with his hands, turned, and left, followed by a throng. The woman in red turned to the life-seizing immortal, saying, "Now's a good time for you to speak up and accelerate the process. After all, delay could lead to problems." Life-seizing immortal hesitated again, then slowly nodded. In Supreme Sect, within a bright hall, all elders gathered, including Lu Lingjun and Nine-Finger Divine Lord, most frowning in concern. LV Badian, sitting in the sect leader's seat and flanked by 5 supreme elders, appeared equally at a loss. Vice Sect Leader Ji Hantian spoke out, "Sect Leader, just say what you're thinking so we can prepare in advance. We can't possibly wait until a catastrophe is upon us to start considering our response." At this, other elders also spoke up, urging LV Badian. LV Badian took a deep breath and said, "I fear that once we retreat, our connection with Sword Venerable Fudao will be irreversibly severed." A few agreed with him. An elder stood up and argued, "Survival is the most important thing. So far, none of us have even seen Sword Venerable Fudao, let alone understand his views on the matter. Moreover, we simply cannot compare ourselves to Sword Venerable Fudao. If he wants to flee, he can, his Dao level is beyond ours." This sentiment was echoed by others, considering not only themselves but also their disciples and descendants, each backed by influential families or intricate networks. The current Supreme Sect comprised millions of disciples, and the number scattered across various places was immeasurable. Gu Zong also sighed, unusually not supporting LV Baitin this time. Lu Lingjun also wished for the Supreme Sect to evacuate. Her reluctance to leave Supreme Sect stemmed from concern for the people of the Third Medicine Valley, hoping they wouldn't perish in this impending catastrophe. LV Baitin's expression turned extremely grim as he took another deep breath and declared, "If so, those who want to leave may do so. However, Supreme Sect must remain on this continent, empty or not. This is our stance. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, there would be no Supreme Sect today." As he spoke these words, he relaxed. A smile appeared on his face, the decision lifting the burden from his shoulders. It would be death at worst. His statement caused an uproar in the hall. "Sect leader, think again. If it really comes to it, why not ask the elder in front of the heaven-cutting axe for advice? You can't make such arbitrary decisions. Yes, what does it mean to say the sect can be empty but not leave? Where does that leave our dignity? The sect is a whole. We must advance or retreat together. Sect leader, let's leave together. We can ask Sword Venerable Fudao to join us." LV Baitin, listening to their words, felt their hypocrisy. A bunch of cowards afraid to take responsibility and scared to die. As he was about to speak, a voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. "From today, my disciple, Qingxin the Taoist, will annihilate one region each day. Worldly beings, your time is running out. Today, let's see which region's creatures are most pitiable, unfortunate enough to be the first annihilated." As the life-seizing immortal's voice faded, a chill ran through everyone in the hall. They were not frightened by his words, but felt a terrifying sword intent targeting them. More precisely, every sentient being on the continent was terrified by this sword intent. Chapter 294, Deadline of Death Inside the Third Medicine Valley. Guwen and an Exan stood in a garden area, with Guwen instructing what to plant next. An Exan listened attentively. Just then, the voice of the life-seizing immortal suddenly echoed. He was actually planning to exterminate one region of heaven and earth every day. An Exan had no time to think further when a terrifying sword intent descended, causing a drastic change in her complexion. The previously bustling Medicine Valley fell silent in an instant. An Exan felt as if she were being crushed by a mountain, almost unable to breathe, which turned her complexion even paler. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, making her heart tremble. Before she could think further, the pressure on her body abruptly vanished. She turned her head instinctively and, seeing it was her master's hand, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, could it be that they've chosen the continent we're on?" An Exan asked cautiously. Even though she was carefree on normal days, she feared death when faced with it. The words of the life-seizing immortal, coupled with the sudden sword intent, made it clear that the first chosen continent was the one they were on. Guwen took a deep breath and feigned composure. "Unclear, let's go back inside first. Within the confines of the Supreme Sect, such calamities are not our concern. Whether we live or die, we leave it to fate." An Exan wanted to speak again, but Guwen pulled her away. Another voice rang out in Medicine Valley, "Amit Ba." With Shenzhen's words, everyone in Medicine Valley felt relieved, and disciples ran towards the pavilions. Rumble. The earth trembled as the Supreme Sect activated its great protective formation. Golden barriers rose up from all directions. By the time Guwen and his companion reached the pavilion, Ji Xiaoyu had already stepped outside. She gazed at the sky, the red Dao patterns on her forehead starting to flicker with tiny flames. Seeing this, Guwen quickly approached her and asked, "You weren't frightened just now, were you?" Ji Xiaoyu's Dao patterns returned to normal as Guwen blocked her view. Her expression calmed down and she nodded. "No, it seems the life-seizing immortal is targeting the continent. It's probably related to the actions of Sword Venerable Fudao years ago." Guwen comforted her, "Don't overthink it. If the enemy is acting this way, it means Sword Venerable Fudao is still around. Take care of the valley for me, I need to make a trip to Mystic Valley." With that, Guwen quickly headed towards the transmission array platform. Ji Xiaoyu looked at his receding figure, wanting to say something, but she couldn't find the words. Somehow, this scene felt familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Gu swiftly arrived in Mystic Valley and saw Lu Jiojia already calling disciples to take cover. He nodded to himself in approval. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he quickly walked into the woods pretending to inspect medicinal herbs. Are you courting death? Caring about your flowers and plants at a time like this? You must be insane. The voice of Jiang Qiong came from behind, and Guan turned to look, seeing her with an ugly expression walking towards him. She looked at Guan and said with resentment, "Now I can't even escape if I want to. Let's wait for death together." She could feel the sword intent approaching rapidly. Even if she tried to escape now, she was afraid it would be too late to reach the Nine Nether Road. Guan, squatting on the ground, couldn't help but punch the grass, picking up a handful of fallen leaves before standing up, his face filled with unwillingness. Jiang Qiong looked at his expression and suddenly laughed, teasing, "What's wrong? Scared?" Guan tossed the leaves in his hand forward as if venting his anger. He then turned to look at Jiang Qiong and said, "I'm not afraid. I just find this disdain for life detestable." Jiang Qiong fell silent, then said, "Come with me to the 8 scenic caves." Guan nodded and followed her up the mountain. Jiang Qiong didn't notice the leaves that Guan had thrown floated up again, each leaf trembling. Only after they entered the entrance of the 8 scenic caves did the leaves disappear into the forest. In front of the soul-calming pagoda, tens of thousands of great cold demon sect cultivators floated in the air, their eyes focused on Qingxin Jinren, who was holding a sword. Such exquisite sword intent, Elder Brother Kingsen's supreme mysterious sword Dao has reached the transformation realm. Indeed powerful, enough to sweep across the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. I heard that Elder Brother Bai Hong was defeated by Elder Brother Qingxin 1,000 years ago. The founder of the supreme mysterious sword Dao, the supreme mysterious ancestor, went to the Holy Land long ago. In 10,000 years, the only one who has reached such a level with the supreme mysterious sword Dao is Elder Qingxin. This sword strike everyone should watch carefully, it is a rare sight. The great cultivators of the great cold demon sect discussed animatedly, mostly in a light-hearted tone. Even though they already knew about the fall of Bai Hong, they were not panicked. They had the numerical advantage this time, and with 4 carefree primordial immortals as their support, how could they possibly die? Qingxin Jinren positioned his treasure sword in front of him, the blade perfectly aligning with his eyes. Suddenly he opened his eyes, which astonishingly turned green. As soon as he opened his eyes, his sword intent fully erupted, silencing the surrounding noise. All eyes fell on Qingxin Jinren, and with a stern look, he immediately slashed with his sword. Sword light gleamed, chilling the heaven and sea, and even the rolling thunderclouds above were illuminated. As Qingxin Jinren swung his sword intent transformed into terrifying sword qi, shooting forward as his pupils suddenly contracted. In the reflection of his pupils, numerous green dots grew rapidly. From the onlooker's perspective, Qingxin Jinren's sword slashed out a terrifying sword qi tens of thousands of miles long, like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky. At that moment, a series of green light beams shot from the edge of the sky with even greater speed, too fast for anyone to react. Boom! The sword qi scattered, and Qingxin Jinren's eyes widened in disbelief as a green light reached him in a blink of an eye. As if time stood still, he saw a falling leaf amidst the green light. The leaf, carrying terrifying sword qi, directly shattered Qingxin Jinren's physical body and extinguished his soul. It wasn't just one leaf. Dozens more did the same, annihilating great cultivators of the great cold demon sect, the soul-calming pagoda trembling violently. The life-seizing immortal and his 4 carefree primordial immortal companions appeared out of thin air, casting spells swiftly to form a vast barrier, protecting all the disciples around them. Silence! The world rapidly fell into quietness, and all the disciples of the great cold demon sect trembled, displaying fear no longer masked by their previous nonchalant demeanor. The life-seizing immortal turned his head, noticing the leaves embedded all over the surface of the soul-calming pagoda, his pupils narrowing. It was leaves. The attack was too fast, so fast that by the time they realized it, more than a dozen disciples had died, all heaven and earth flying immortals. Even the red-clothed woman who had been urging the life-seizing immortal to speed up the process couldn't speak now. As powerful as the carefree primordial immortals were, they were filled with dread. The enemy had struck too fast, killing disciples right under their noses. It was as if someone had slapped them across the face, leaving a burning sensation. Gu followed Jiang Qiong into the 8 scenic caves, with prompts of lifespan continuously appearing before him. This strike seized 4,300,000 years of lifespan. Gu hadn't used his full strength, but it was enough to terrify the life-seizing immortal and his associates. If they could summon even stronger beings, then they should call them sooner. If not, even if they gave up on exterminating this region of the mortal world, Gu would not let them go. The 100-year mandate set by the life-seizing immortal had already become his death sentence in Gu's mind. Jiang Qiong let out a sound of surprise, feeling the terrifying sword intent suddenly disappear. Gu then asked, "Could it be that we've escaped this disaster?" Without looking back, Jiang Qiong replied, "Can't say for sure." The two made their way to the green vine tree, with Jiang Qiong starting to set up the formation. Gu asked her what she was doing. "The smaller the range of the formation, the stronger its protection. I want to see if we can escape this disaster. Let's take a gamble. If it doesn't work, we're dead anyway, so worrying then would be pointless," Jiang Qiong casually answered, making Gu want to cry and laugh at the same time. Meanwhile, the entire continent was in a state of tension. Even though the sword intent had vanished, the tightly wound nerves of all beings on the continent could not immediately relax. Many beings began to flee, and Gu even felt many presences flying out of the supreme sect, all in groups, which were noble families in flight. Inside the third medicine valley, Ji Hantian landed swiftly and found Ji Xiaoyu. The two conversed inside the house. "I'm not leaving," Ji Xiaoyu stated, expressionless. Upon hearing this, Ji Hantian became angry, but, for some reason, looking at Ji Xiaoyu, he thought of a fellow descendant with the same name and surname. Although they looked different, their expressions at this moment made them seem like the same person. Ji Hantian's anger dissipated somewhat, and he said solemnly, "Regardless of whether the life-seizing immortal has chosen this continent, there will only be more dangers ahead. The Ji family must preserve its lineage. Why do you insist on staying?" Ji Xiaoyu looked at him. "Someone must stay. I can give my spot to someone else. Besides, where can we flee to?" Ji Hantian felt suffocated with frustration. Years ago, he had tried to forcibly keep another Ji Xiaoyu, without success. Now he wanted this Ji Xiaoyu to leave, but it was still not possible. He couldn't understand why these descendants always opposed him. He was always looking out for their best interest. "There's no time left. You'd better go and persuade the other clan members," Ji Xiaoyu reminded. Ji Hantian glared at her and left immediately. Ji Xiaoyu was not his direct descendant, so he could only advise, without the right to forcibly take her away. Once Ji Hantian had departed, Ji Xiaoyu thought for a moment and then walked out of her house. She went outside the courtyard, looking up at the sky, only to see numerous cultivators flying over Medicine Valley. It was unclear whether they were fleeing or preparing for battle. The Great Cold Demon Sect. Ji Xiaoyu murmured to herself, the Dao patterns between her eyebrows once more emitting thin flames. Time passed amidst the panic of beings below. The people were trapped in agony and anxiety. Until an ancient hour later, the atmosphere began to ease. Elder Lu looked at Xianxia and asked, "Senior, were we not chosen?" The other disciples looked at Xianxia as well. Xianxia's background was very mysterious, but the higher-ups of the Supreme Sect held him in high regard. Such an existence would certainly see further than they could. Xianxia frowned deeply, looking towards the sky, and said, "Indeed, we were not chosen." At his words, all the disciples rejoiced. Chapter 295. The Great Cold Demon Sect Attacks. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the disciples of Medicine Valley all cheered, yet Xianxia hesitated as if he wanted to say more. He intended to say one thing, that it seemed no continent had been chosen. To obliterate a continent, what immense power it must require, he, being from the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm, could surely sense it. However, he could not openly mention this, for fear that these mortals would be terrified. Even if they knew what would happen next, what could they do? Better to enjoy this surprise and live the remaining days as carefree as possible. Time continued to pass. With the moon setting and the sun rising, only when the next day's sunlight swept across the great heaven and earth did the creatures of the continent finally breathe a sigh of relief, for the life-seizing Immortal had said that each day, one continent would be chosen, and they had survived the first day. The situation at the Supreme Sect also settled down. Although many noble families began to retreat, the core foundation remained unshaken. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, normalcy had returned to Medicine Valley. After Xiaochuan left and an Exan began to manage Medicine Valley, and because of her gentle nature, most disciples liked her, so there had been no issues under her management. Shenzhen found him soon after he returned. "Do you want a place to hide?" Shenzhen asked with a smug smile, her eyes gleaming behind her veil. While walking toward a distant garden, Guan casually asked, "How would we hide?" Following his steps, Shenzhen explained, "I can hide you inside a painting or scroll, and then keep it hidden. Wouldn't that be a refuge? People are trying to obliterate continents. Where could you hide?" "Underground, of course." He said he would obliterate continents. Sure, he meant to demolish the mortals and shatter the land, not obliterate the earth completely. "That makes sense. Are you a genius by any chance?" Guan suddenly realized, looking at Shenzhen with amazed eyes. A twitch appeared at the corner of Shenzhen's veiled mouth, clearly perceiving the sarcasm in Guan's tone. Guan continued, "Don't overthink it. I always feel that yesterday our continent was not excluded. That mysterious pressure was no lie. Also, haven't you noticed how calm today has been?" Upon hearing this, Shenzhen narrowed her eyes. "Are you suggesting that the great cold demon sect's offensive was thwarted?" "Very likely. After all, I trust that the heavens are just. There must be great cultivators out there with a heart for the mortals. A heretical path like the great cold demon sect cannot last forever." Guan declared with conviction, his face full of determination. Shenzhen suddenly found it hard to judge him. Calling him foolish wouldn't explain his current stature, and calling him naive wouldn't explain how he could write something as unique as Journey to the West. "You say the heavens are just. Tell me, do you believe that real immortals exist, beyond those with great cultivation levels?" Shenzhen suddenly asked, curious. She had always believed that Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West were not fabricated but were inspired by something Guan had seen, elaborated with decorative imagination and fantasy. Perhaps, as Guan claimed, an immortal guided him in his dreams. Guan and Shenzhen chatted casually, a microcosm of the wider world, where everywhere people discussed the life-seizing immortal. Without his demise, the catastrophe would not end. 2 days later, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Stealing the 5 Elements returned to the Third Medicine Valley, almost as if they had planned it. Sitting before a chessboard, they exchanged a look, their eyes heavy with gravity. "Did you feel it too?" Stealing the 5 Elements asked. The Divine Lord made his move, saying, "A net of heaven and earth, no escape." Stealing the 5 Elements then played his piece. "How come you have no escape?" "I'm the one who's bound by fate." Continuing to glance towards a distant pavilion. Ji Xiaoyu was his hope. The Divine Lord fell silent, sighing deeply. Stealing the 5 Elements looked at him, curiously asking, "Speaking of which, I've always wondered, what exactly are you looking for?" The Divine Lord didn't respond, leaving Stealing the 5 Elements contemplative, a subtle look crossing his face. In the Divine Exotic Realm. By the sea. The Master of Divine Exotic Realms stood before the Divine Exotic Life Tablet, surrounded by 7 Divine Exotic Ghost Kings, all of them looking up into the sky. Beneath the blood-red sky hung a swirling horsetail whisk. Compared to the calm demeanor of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm, the other Divine Exotic Ghost Kings looked uneasy, knowing whom they faced. "Master of Divine Exotic Realm, prepare to join us in an expedition." A cold voice resounded, echoing through the entire great heaven and earth. In a distant cave, Zhang Buku also heard this voice and inadvertently opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in worry for the Master of Divine Exotic Realm. With an expressionless face, the master of divine exotic realm asked. An expedition to where? To avenge divine exotic impermanence. The cold voice spoke again, causing the faces of the divine exotic ghost kings and the realm master to shift. The great cold demon sect and that entity were indeed going to clash. This battle might determine the fate of this mortal world region. In the star sea congregations, a small heaven and earth. And Hao stood before the palace gates, observing disciples constantly entering and exiting the floating islands, his brows deeply furrowed. A figure appeared beside him, his master, Sage Fuchen. And Hao quickly said, "Master, it's good you're here, I need to speak with you, let's talk while on the way. Prepare for retreat, we must withdraw today." Sage Fuchen said in a grave tone. "Why?" And Hao couldn't help but ask. The great cold demon sect is making a major descent, targeting the continent where the sword Venerable Fudao resides. They appear to be intent on sieging your master, Sage Fuchen explained. On hearing this, and Hao became anxious. Before he could reply, Sage Fuchen continued, "Your cultivation level won't assist your master. It's best to leave early. Your master, although strong, can't withstand the full assault of the great cold demon sect, otherwise he wouldn't be on the defensive." And Hao gritted his teeth. "My concern isn't for my master. I must go back." An Exen was still within the supreme sect. How could he abandon her? He immediately leaped up, intending to forcefully break out of the Star Sea congregation's realm. Suddenly, long hair wrapped around him, surprisingly Sage Fuchen's horsetail whisk. "Master!" And Hao cried out in anguish, startling the other disciples. Sage Fuchen held the horsetail whisk, chanting incantations. The whisk's hairs quickly extended, gagging in Hao. "I'm sorry, disciple." Sage Fuchen's eyes became resolute. This scene left the other disciples silent. Without discussion, they all understood and felt the heaviness in their hearts, likewise having people they couldn't leave behind. The Star Sea congregations were about to flee. In another realm, Liya, leveraging divine exotic city, forcefully broke free, unobstructed by anyone. He quickly flew out over the Star Sea, heading towards the horizon. "Disciple, think carefully, once you go, there is no turning back." An old voice sounded, and as Liya turned his head he didn't see his master's figure. He did not answer but instructed the divine exotic immortal spirit on his shoulder to move forward. The divine exotic immortal spirit howled, and the divine exotic city immediately displayed extraordinary speed, streaking towards the horizon. After flying for a while and seeing no one pursued, Liya relaxed, his gaze hardened. "Junior brother Gu, wait for me." And the old ancestor, "I wonder if you're still thinking of me." Liya thought silently, his face heavy. Initially, his emotions weren't profoundly impacted, fueled only by fury as Zhang Buku became a divine exotic resentful ghost. However, the moment the Star Sea congregations announced their departure, he panicked. The Star Sea congregations were a major force at sea. If there was any chance of victory, they wouldn't be abandoning their domain. Hearing that the great cold demon sect aimed to target the sword Venerable Fudao, he couldn't contain himself. The sword Venerable Fudao was his primordial ancestor. He was less worried about him, as the ancestor could escape if he couldn't fight, but he feared for the others who might not escape. He had to be quick. Liya clenched his teeth, fearing the continent had already fallen. The divine exotic immortal spirit, however, was not panicked, leaping joyfully in the air, which both irritated and envied Liya. This creature seemed to fear nothing, its confidence was unknown. Time rapidly passed. 2 ancient hours later, Liya, sitting atop the tower meditating, suddenly sensed something, opening his eyes to find the divine exotic city enveloped in darkness. Instinctively, he looked up, then his eyes widened in disbelief. How possible?" Liya murmured to himself, his voice trembling, his eyes full of despair. In the third medicine valley, at the garden fence, Guwen was stretching his muscles. Passing by, Yu Yingying curiously asked, "What are you doing? Isn't there exercise in the morning?" Guwen replied, "Just felt like moving. Is that not allowed?" What followed was sure to be a great battle. It must be said, The great cold demon sect was indeed frightening. The dense auras attacking from all directions were overwhelmingly oppressive, and once they arrived, if seen by the denizens of the continent, it would surely cause legs to tremble. Yu Yingying looked at him, unable to resist asking, "Everyone is worried about the calamity, why aren't you afraid?" "Because I'm not afraid, so I'm not frightened," Guwen responded casually, his words leading Yu Yingying to glare, feeling the urge to punch him. She couldn't understand Guwen at all. Out for experience, he feared death, yet, with calamity impending, he seemed not to fear it. Truly a baffling person. Yet, somehow, the more anxious she felt, the more she wanted to talk to Guwen. Perhaps it was his fearless demeanor. Guwen guessed her thoughts and smiled. "Whether you worry or fear, it won't change anything, will it?" Yu Yingying opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Guwen drew his heavenly residence sword, suddenly unsheathing it. The sword's light gleamed in Yu Yingying's face, snapping her out of her trance. Looking at Guwen holding the sword, Yu Yingying's earlier illusion re-emerged, his forehead marked with golden patterns, appearing extraordinary as if an immortal lord on earth. She had to admit, although Guwen's cultivation level wasn't impressive, his appearance and bearing were truly out of this world, unlike a mortal. Guwen raised his sword towards Yu Yingying, the blade's tip reflecting in her pupils, causing her to shiver. "If only this sword could slash away the fear in your hearts, how wonderful would that be?" Guwen said wistfully. Yu Yingying was left in a daze. Chapter 296, The Strongest Sword. Sunlight shone on Guwen, and Yu Yingying felt as if he were draped in a layer of rosy clouds, his whole being radiating with splendor. She actually believed that Guwen was speaking the truth. Guwen's gaze fell on her, and he raised an eyebrow asking, "What? Are you intimidated by my aura of righteousness?" Yu Yingying snapped back to reality and glared, "Who can't say things like that? If your sword is really that powerful, would you still be holed up here?" "Haha, what do you know? Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my cultivation." Guwen smiled, then sheathed his sword smoothly, believing himself to look quite dashing. Sadly, Yu Yingying was blind to it. Yu Yingying snorted and turned to leave. As she turned around, a smile appeared on her face. Talking with this silly boy had indeed had an effect. Her heart felt much better. At the same moment, under the tree, Xianxia opened his eyes, his gaze profound. His hand clutching the prayer beads moved faster, clearly anxious. Next to him, Wuxia and Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who were playing chess, stood up. "Let's call this game a draw," declared Nine-Finger Divine Lord without room for doubt. Wuxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're almost wiped out by me, and you dare call it a draw?" Nine-Finger Divine Lord said nonchalantly with a straight face and unwavering confidence, "The outcome is uncertain until the end." Wuxia shook his head with a smile but said nothing more, disappearing into thin air. Nine-Finger Divine Lord's gaze swept over Medicine Valley, landing on the distant figure of Guwen. "What a pity, I haven't won a single game against you yet." Nine-Finger Divine Lord muttered to himself before he, too, disappeared on the spot. Guwen, who was stretching his limbs, felt numerous cultivators and demons taking flight across the continent, rushing towards its edges. Before the cataclysm, some wished to flee while others wished to fight. Those wishing to fight were driven by courage, righteousness, or compulsion, but at this moment, they had all made their decision. The question was whether they could maintain that courage once they witnessed the true might of the great cold demon sect. Guwen turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. Along the way, the number of disciples who greeted him diminished, everyone preoccupied with their thoughts. After reaching Mystic Valley, Guwen made his way toward the outskirts of Medicine Valley. Entering the woods, he drew out the heavenly residence sword in one hand while unsheathing the Qinghong sword with the other. The Qinghong sword buzzed faintly as Guwen used his own mana to sever its connection with the white spirit sword. He could sense his junior sister's unease. "Do not fear, junior sister, it will soon pass," Guwen murmured to himself, and as his words dropped, he was shrouded in a dark purple demonic chi that quickly engulfed his body, blazing furiously. His figure vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace behind. At the edge of the continent, Towering waves crashed against the shore. Above the mountains, great cultivators hovered in the air, with the vast landscape behind them and the endless ocean ahead. They hailed from different sects: Supreme Sect, Three Pure Ones Mountain, Xianxia Sect, Daotian Sect, Sword Sect, Candle Sky Peak, Flame Sect, Juhua Sect, and more. Sects across the world continuously dispatched cultivators to different edges of the continent. They were just one group gathering rapidly beyond 100, with more cultivators on their way. As their numbers grew, a newfound confidence began to swell inside them. Xiao Dai, a cultivator from Supreme Sect with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm, became the leader, calming the surrounding cultivators and beginning to give battle instructions. Just then, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descended, prompting them to turn their heads in shock. In the next second, their faces paled, and even the ever-confident Xiao Dai gaped in despair. A vast black fog rolled in from the horizon like a wave of darkness, unstoppable and devouring the skies and earth. Before the black fog, islands and demon beasts appeared insignificantly small, like dust. Even flying beasts were engulfed by the fog from behind, their fates uncertain. Looking up, shadows of different figures hovered above the black fog, clothed distinctly, wielding different Dharma treasures. Some had glowing artifacts floating behind them, some rode fierce mounts, and others stood proudly atop sword chi with their hands behind their backs. Each one was shadowed by a towering phantom 1,000 feet high, appearing like demon gods, their silhouettes a mirror of themselves. At first glance, there were endless towering demon phantoms of 1,000 feet high that could not be counted, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, the continent cultivators were plunged into dead silence, everyone stunned as if struck by lightning, frozen in midair. Xiao Dai saw behind these 1,000-foot demon phantoms an even more terrifying presence. With legs walking forward, the phantoms unable to reach even the ankles of this mysterious existence. It was impossible to imagine the true size. Some tried to look sideways. Wherever the ocean spread, there stood demon phantoms, casting them into despair not only by the disparity in cultivation levels but also the sheer numerical difference between friends and foes. "How can we win?" someone said with a bitter laugh. No one responded, their courage faltered. Above the clouds, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Wu Xing stood shoulder to shoulder, witnessing the entire continent surrounded by the great cold demon sect cultivators from all directions. "There are so many, even the divine exotic realm is here." Wu Xing clicked his tongue, sensing that the number of demon sect cultivators was no less than the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Most importantly, these demon cultivators' combined aura was astonishing, with many individual auras strong enough to make him wary. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath and scanned the continent as if searching for something. With such commotion, could the Saint World Holy King truly have reincarnated in this land? Wu Xing couldn't help but ask. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord looked into the distance and replied, "If the Holy Heart awakens, with the Holy King's capabilities, rising to power won't be difficult. But the great cold demon sect fears that the Holy Court might detect the aura of the Saint World Holy King." After hearing this, Wu Xing found it to make sense, and he stepped forward. "What are you planning to do?" inquired Nine-Fingered Divine Lord hastily. Without turning back, Wu Xing strode forward through the air, raising his hand with a laugh. "Forgot to tell you, I am the divine exotic ghost king Wu Xing. Wu Xing is just a pseudonym." Nine-Fingered Divine Lord frowned but didn't get angry, just watched as Wu Xing advanced. "Wu Xing, return to your place at once." The voice of the master of divine exotic realm rang out, loud and clear. Wu Xing accelerated immediately, but suddenly his face darkened. He looked up only to see an immensely large hand reaching out from behind the demon army, covering the sky and aiming to seize him. The size of this hand was beyond what words could describe. Wu Xing was horrified to discover that he was frozen in place. "This is bad." Despair filled Wu Xing's eyes. At that moment, a powerful sword light forcefully entered his field of vision, and immediately after, the terrifying giant hand disintegrated before him. Subconsciously glancing over, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a figure, a figure he would never forget for all eternity. It was Guwen, who had utilized the 9 extremes yin-yang body back in the divine exotic realm. Guwen, holding 2 swords covered in dark purple demonic qi, brushed past Wuxia. As his words hung in the air, Guwen turned into a fleeting shadow, and in a flash, a streak of sword light appeared, boldly piercing through the distant black fog. Before Wuxia could react, a terrifying wave of energy struck. His mouth agape, he looked on in disbelief. As he watched, a streak of sword qi burst from within the demon army, cutting a swath through the 1,000-foot demon phantoms at the waist. The light of the sword qi stripped the entire world of color in an instant. The continent cultivators were dazzled into closing their eyes, the mortal spirits unable to glimpse this sword light. Above the clouds, 9-Finger Divine Lord's face also transformed, his soul shaken by the impact. In his eyes, the demon phantoms perished, the black fog churned, and a sword light rapidly stretched, as if intent on splitting the very heavens and earth in two. In that moment, 9-Finger Divine Lord, who had lived for 170,000 years, witnessed the strongest sword strike of his life. "Who are you?" A voice full of both shock and rage erupted, the tone laced with fear. Chapter 297. Guwen takes action. The sword light between heaven and earth began to fade, and the voice of the mysterious great cultivator from the great cold demon sect still echoed over the ocean, awakening the continent cultivators who had not seen Guwen's figure just now. Only 9-Finger Divine Lord and stealing the 5 elements had seen clearly. But the immense sword intent made them think of one person. Sword Venerable Fudao. It's Sword Venerable Fudao. There's no mistake. It must be him. A mystic heart realm cultivator from the Supreme Sect exclaimed excitedly. He had also been to the heavenly repair platform and had experienced the sword intent within the words, righteous path. Xiao Dai was equally excited, his eyes filled with frenzied anticipation. At this moment, he remembered the scene when Sword Venerable Fudao descended upon the 7 stars spirit realm. Stealing the 5 elements, who had narrowly escaped calamity, let out a sigh of relief, immediately retreated, and dared not approach the encroaching army of demonic shadows again. Guwen stood atop the demon mist, sword in hand, with 1,000 zhang demonic shadows dissipating in all directions, but even more demonic shadows approached, encircling him. He even saw some demonic shadows standing tens of thousands of zhang tall and giant demons of indeterminate size. You have successfully seized 10,298 years of lifespan from Meng Qinglang, wandering Immortal Realm 7th floor. You have successfully seized 1,459 years of lifespan from Su Linxin, Loose Immortal Realm 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 12,080 years of lifespan from True Manwun, wandering Immortal Realm 6th floor. Notification after notification continuously popped up before Guwen's eyes, but Guwen didn't rush to make another move. Instead, he looked around. One had to say, the great cold demon sect's response was truly swift. As soon as he made a move, the remaining cultivators did not panic but instead immediately arranged a formation. Their formation was highly profound, not only capable of being formed in an extremely short amount of time but also containing powerful and mysterious forces. After the sword light vanished, in less than 3 breaths' time, the world suddenly changed, and in an instant, Guwen found himself in the cosmic starscape, with rolling black mist under his feet, and still encircled by demonic shadows. The demonic shadows' feet held the Dharma treasures of the great cold demon sect cultivators. Accompanied by Guwen's arrival in the cosmic starscape, those titanic figures and even larger beings revealed their true forms. There were beasts as mighty as creation's god mountains, female cultivators who resembled fairies constantly scattering strange petals, and enormous birds with wingspans of 10,000 li circling overhead. The demon mist under Guwen's feet churned violently, like surging waves. Who are you exactly? If you do not reveal your identity, do not blame us for showing no mercy. The previous voice sounded again. This time, its tone was incomparably cold. After the formation was set up, he seemed to have regained his confidence. Guwen looked up and saw, within the layers of encirclement above, in absolute darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes lurked, as if an unimaginable existence outside the universe was peering at him, filled with an oppressive feeling. Sword Venerable Jesuin, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 8th Floor 780, 450/830, 000/880, 000, an old monster who had lived for 780,000 years. However, killing this individual would only yield a little over 5,000 years of lifespan, which was too disappointing for Guan. As Sword Venerable Jesuin opened his eyes, 4 life-seizing immortals from the Carefree Primordial Immortal concurrently appeared. Fortunately, they had abundant lifespan, which improved Guan's mood. This is the Great Cold Demon Sect's Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation. Once this formation is completed, no matter how great your divine skills, it will be impossible for you to escape. The voice of Sword Venerable Jesuin rang out, majestic to the extreme. The other 4 Carefree Primordial Immortals took out their supreme treasures and dispersed in all directions. Once they stopped, the entire cosmic starscape rippled, numerous rainbow lights emerged. These lights were not mere illusions, but were also condensing a mysterious force. Guan looked up at Sword Venerable Jesuin and asked, "Does the Great Cold Demon Sect have anyone stronger?" As these words were spoken, Sword Venerable Jesuin's gaze immediately changed, and all the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect were scared, their eyes filled with fear when they looked at him. Someone stronger? How could this person be so arrogant? However, due to Guan's previous sword strike, no one dared to challenge him at this moment. All of them were on high alert. The face of life-seizing Immortal turned extremely ugly, intuition telling him that the other party was not being arrogantly presumptuous. At this moment he was filled with dread. Luckily he wasn't rash but instead gathered the strength of the Great Cold Demon Sect. Otherwise he might have ended up with his soul scattered like his disciple Bai Hong. For a time, silence fell within the Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation. It seems there's no one stronger? Truly disappointing. You're acting so recklessly, I thought you'd have more to back it up. Guan spoke again, and suddenly he threw the heavenly resident's sword out. Boom! With this sword strike, he swept above the black mist, annihilating the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators one by one, and when the sword blade arrived in front of them, a layer of light burst forth around their bodies, but it was shattered as soon as it appeared, utterly failing to protect them. One sword pierced thousands of li, directly penetrating the Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation and returning to reality. The continent cultivators hovering in the air only saw a sword light cutting through the vast expanse of black mist in front of them, making them even more nervous, unclear about the state of the battle within that black mist. After Guan made his strike, Sword Venerable Jesuin immediately gave the command, "Kill!" The Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators from all directions cast their spells. Various spells and divine skills formed a stream of rainbow colors charging towards Guan. Guan raised his hand to grab, then retracted it, revealing an individual in his palm. Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. This was the inherent divine skill of the Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill. Today was the first time Guan had used it. The person in his hand was Sword Venerable Jesuin, a white-robed elder. At this moment, Sword Venerable Jesuin's face was filled with fear and despair. Guan directly crushed him to dust. Then, taking up the Qinghong sword, he began the slaughter. Within the continent, an endless stream of cultivators rushed to the edge. When they saw the ocean, they all changed color. The fearsome black mist seemed as if it could devour everything between heaven and earth, giving one the feeling of an impending disaster. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. The black mist surged violently, as if countless demons were raging within. The morale on the side of the continent collapsed completely, with no one willing to fight. What they didn't know was that within the black mist, a large number of Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators were rushing in the same direction. The cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect had received the message. Someone had launched an assault on one side. All warriors were to immediately reinforce the Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, enveloping the entire continent. The sound of thunder was oppressively heavy. In the demon land, within a subsect of the Supreme Sect, Yi Lan stood on a pavilion, looking up at the sky, tightly clutching the white spirit sword in her hand. She felt no anomaly from within the white spirit sword, but her heart would not be at peace. I hope we can safely get through this calamity, Yi Lan muttered to herself, praying secretly. Although she saw no hope of longevity, she didn't want life to end like this. She had so many things unfinished, so many places unvisited. She had yet to fulfill her promise with her senior brother. How could she be resigned to death? Beneath the thunderclouds, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Stealing the Five Elements stood shoulder to shoulder, unable to maintain composure, both unconsciously agape with faces full of shock. Not just them, but the continent cultivators felt the same. Newcomers slowed their flight speed due to the sights before them. Within the vast black mist, countless enormous demonic shadows were snuffed out, leaping out, and countless cultivators hovered, all attacking in the same direction, which glinted with sword light. Even though separated by a great distance, unable to see the specifics of the battle, everyone could sense a powerful sword intent. This was not a battle of evenly matched strength, but a massacre with a great disparity in power. The number of cultivators from the Great Cold Demon sect was vast, forming an ocean of people, and within their encirclement, Guwen wielded dual swords casually, yet each sword could kill a large number of cultivators and demons. His strength deeply struck the Great Cold Demon sect. No good. We are not his match. Damn. He's doing it on purpose, deliberately not using divine skills, and relying solely on sword chi to slaughter us. Even the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation has been broken by him. How could we have any chance of winning? Be careful. His sword is swinging this way. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The world plunged into clamor and chaos. Each of Gu'n's sword strikes took not just life but also the overall morale of the Great Cold Demon sect. Life-seizing Immortal dared not approach Guwen, only able to use long-range divine skills. Giant hands resembling the clasping of fingers descended from the sky, pressing towards Guwen, but were instantly shattered upon contact with him, having no effect. Guwen strolled leisurely, walking above the black mist, each step followed by a sword swing as casually as if taking a walk, with no swordsmanship to speak of. Every time the Great Cold Demon sect tried to form the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation, it would be dispersed by Guwen's sword chi. Guwen looked at the notifications before him, struggling to contain the emotions in his heart. He was not killing for the sake of killing, he was enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. Suddenly, Guwen stopped in his tracks, and as he did, all the Great Cold Demon sect cultivators retreated, leaving 100-li radius around Guwen where no one dared to tread. The cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect fell silent, all staring dead ahead at Guwen. Life-seizing Immortal gritted his teeth and said, "The sect leader will arrive soon, don't panic, everyone." His voice reached the ears of every Great Cold Demon sect cultivator, yet these words did not boost their morale. Don't panic. Guwen's voice rose, filled with sarcasm, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Before life-seizing Immortal could speak, Guwen suddenly vanished from the spot, frightening the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect. Up there, a voice rose, laden with despair. Countless cultivators and demons all looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. What they saw was a colossal figure whose height could not be judged by the naked eye, standing proudly above the clouds, showing only its upper body, an almost illusory sight. Even the 10,000 Zhang demonic shadows appeared tiny in front of this figure, who was none other than Guwen himself. At that moment, all the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect felt an overpowering suppression that rendered them immobile. Some of the highly cultivated cultivators of the demon sect unconsciously looked down, only to see the billowing black mist below give rise to a land ablaze with dark purple flames, rushing towards them. Life-seizing Immortal lowered his gaze and his complexion drastically changed. What was that? A land on fire? No, it was unmistakably a hand. A hand large enough to grasp all of them. In the distance, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, Stealing the Five Elements, and the continent cultivators were all dumbfounded. At the edge of the ocean, a city was rapidly approaching, and it was none other than Divine Exotic City. Leia, standing atop a tower in the city, had his eyes wide open, trembling all over, as he watched an immensely huge hand rise from within the infinite expanse of black mist. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't take in the entire hand. He had never imagined such a large hand could exist in this world. If there were hands of heaven and earth, surely it would be this one. Chapter 298. Breaking through a lifespan of 100 million years. I'm not dreaming, am I? Liya muttered to himself, questioning the divine exotic immortal spirit perched on his shoulder. The divine exotic immortal spirit also widened its eyes in shock, its mouth agape. From their perspective, the huge hand at the horizon of the sea seemed as large as the ocean itself. If not for the curved fingers, they could hardly tell it was a hand. It felt like it could grab an entire continent with ease. Liya recognized the demonic chi emanating from the gigantic hand as somewhat familiar. Wait, wasn't this the hand of the primordial ancestor? At that thought, a surge of blood rushed through Liya's body uncontrollably, exciting him to the extreme. At the same time, the entire continent's populace could see Gu An's figure, whose massive presence shook mountains and clouds on his path, a sight that overturned their understanding and imagination. In the Third Medicine Valley, thousands of disciples watched with their mouths agape. Ji Xiaoyu also stepped out of his house, completely dumbfounded when he saw Gu An's towering figure. It was as if they were beholding the descent of a deity. What is that? It's Sword Venerable Fudao. It's the silhouette of Sword Venerable Fudao. Really? How can it be so large? Is it not an illusion? Many texts record that Sword Venerable Fudao perceives others using the Demon Shadow Divine skill. I knew Sword Venerable Fudao wouldn't abandon us. A roar of cheers erupted across the continent. Though the Demon Shadow Divine skill was terrifying, the thought of it representing Sword Venerable Fudao uplifted their spirits rather than causing fear. Since the fame of Sword Venerable Fudao, which righteous deed hadn't he done, and which person he killed wasn't among the evil? If it were a normal competition among sects, Sword Venerable Fudao wouldn't have intervened. Otherwise, Supreme Sect would have long become the foremost under heaven. Because of this, other sects respected Sword Venerable Fudao, acknowledging Supreme Sect's luck. In confrontations with Supreme Sect, they were wary of Sword Venerable Fudao, but they weren't afraid he'd harm them, as long as they didn't commit heinous acts. Since Sword Venerable Fudao appeared, many disciples had perished during Supreme Sect's expansion, yet Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't sought vengeance. The sects and clans that decided to stay were bustling with excitement, as if the spring festival had come early. While the continent was invigorated, the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect fell into despair. They watched as Gu An's fingers slowly rose, appearing like ancient colossal peaks ascending, creating an overwhelmingly impactful scene. Even Immortal Path Realm cultivators watched in awe. The life-seizing Immortal desperately mobilized his mana, but he couldn't move an inch, feeling as insignificant as an ant. How many years had it been? Ever since he entered the Nirvana realm, not to mention the carefree primordial immortal realm, he hadn't been so embarrassed. The other 3 carefree primordial immortals were in the same state, utterly immobile despite their full efforts, despair beyond common understanding. If they were so affected, not to mention cultivators of other realms, despair shrouded every heart. This hand had captured millions of the Great Cold Demon sects, cultivators and demons. Those arriving cultivators from the Great Cold Demon sect, upon seeing this gigantic hand, fled in panic, throwing aside all their rules and consequences. Guan looked down at the Great Cold Demon sect cultivators and the demons they brought within his palm. He also hesitated. Killing too many would weigh on his conscience, and he worried it might bring greater troubles. But remembering the countless lives Bai Hong had slaughtered, his heart hardened. Such a wicked sect, if it's to be extinguished, so be it. If even this act brought divine retribution, then Guan would question what heaven really stood for. Once Guan's thoughts cleared, he suddenly clenched his hand. His palm was so huge that a simple clench stirred up a terrifying storm, unleashing waves sweeping toward the horizon. The fierce winds assaulted Divine Exotic City, forcing it to activate its city protection array immediately. Leah watched as the protective barrier around Divine Exotic City violently distorted. He couldn't concern himself with the safety of the city as he looked into the distance, trembling. The sight of that mighty clenched fist was simply too magnificent. He even doubted whether immortal cultivation could really reach such a mighty level. He wondered whether the primordial ancestor was born an immortal, a true immortal, not merely a mortal who had cultivated into one. As Guan clenched, the heaven and earth fell silent. The terrifying oppression that had engulfed the continent and the surrounding seas was gone. Despite the rolling thunderclouds above, the masses felt as though they had emerged from the clouds into clear skies. You successfully seized 1,228 years of lifespan from Bai Lai, Loose Immortal Realm, 7th layer. You successfully seized 493 years of lifespan from Qin Sushin, Nirvana Realm, 9th layer. You successfully seized 58 years of lifespan from the Sei Crossing Old Immortal, Nirvana Realm, 8th layer. You successfully seized 2,780 years of lifespan from Yunhai Tianjun, Wandering Immortal Realm, 5th layer. Alerts continuously popped up before Guan's eyes, and then he vanished, but his remaining image in the sky left the beings in awe. The black fog enveloping the sea swiftly dissipated, signifying the end of a massive calamity. Leah recovered his senses and quickly urged the divine exotic immortal spirit to head towards the mainland. In the distance, the master of divine exotic realms stood atop the thunderclouds, infinite divine exotic resentful ghosts behind him, all displaying faces of fear, many visibly trembling. Even degraded to divine exotic resentful ghosts, they still felt terror from the formidable being they had just witnessed. How could such an existence be defeated? Their fear was palpable, dreading the realm master might order an attack. Fortunately, as the formidable presence disappeared, the realm master did not issue the command. The realm master turned and said, "Back to the divine exotic realm." Guan's strength filled him with ecstatic relief, though he restrained his emotions vigorously. Aligning with Zhang Buku was a move well played. As he turned, an unprecedented hope filled his heart. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, feeling Jiang Qiong's restless presence in the 8 scenic caves. Her steps were brisk. He immediately headed towards the 8 scenic caves. As Guan entered the cave pathway, Jiang Qiong's footsteps abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, the lifespan alerts continued to appear before Guan's eyes. Not yet reaching the cave entrance, Guan halted, his attention captured by 2 alerts. For the first time, your lifespan has breached 1 billion years, unlocking the Lifespan Samsara feature. Lifespan Samsara. Every 100 years, execute once, undergoing reincarnation evolution. The evolution will reflect into reality, each use consuming 10 million years of lifespan. All memories acquired during the reincarnation will be transferred into your mind as if you experienced them personally. The duration of the reincarnation evolution is limitless, entirely dependent on your karmic choices during the evolution. Integration of real-world memories requires only an ancient hour. You successfully seized 487 years of lifespan from Zhu Changming, Mahayana Realm, 9th layer. Lifespan Samsara. Seeing the 10 million year lifespan cost made Guan feel it was a ripoff. But after reading the explanation, he suddenly thought it might not be so bad. If during the reincarnation evolution he lived long enough, the Taoist sorcery, divine skills, and understanding of the Tao achieved in one lifetime could potentially be worth more than 10 million years of lifespan. Of course, he might also not survive past 100 years, a huge loss of 10 million years of lifespan. This was a massive gamble. As Guan pondered, Jiang Qiong's voice floated over, "What are you standing there for? Come in already." On hearing this, Guan immediately strode forward. Tips indicating lifespan seizures continued. This series was a massive win. Guan had originally planned to use high-rank medical herbs from an outer world cave to push his lifespan over 1 billion years, but inevitably, some would push their luck too far. Folks get cocky, but if the heavens don't act, then he would. As Guan reached the base of the green vine tree, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Jiang Qiong had dug a hole and placed a coffin inside. What was this? Planning to bury himself? Jiang Qiong pointed at the coffin. "Lie down here with me, It might help us avoid disaster. Guwen pretended to be reluctant. Is this really necessary? Xianxia glared, swiftly came forward, and pushed him. If he hadn't suppressed his Taoist gang primal energy, Xianxia might have been obliterated. Guwen had no choice but to lie down in the coffin. Xianxia jumped in after him, forcibly pressing him down. Lying in the coffin, she swung her right hand, and the lid immediately covered them, plunging their vision into darkness. From the outside, the coffin began sinking into the earth, soon vanishing from sight. Confined in the cramped space of the coffin, Guwen and Xianxia squeezed together. In that moment, Guwen's heart calmed. Massacring so many, even if all evil, his heart couldn't stay tranquil easily. Excessive killing bred malevolent energy, even a thrilling emotion of breaking free from moral shackles. He needed time to adjust. Now, lying in this darkness, his mood inexplicably steadied. Despite being in the dark, Guwen could still see his lifespan alerts. Xianxia's body began to squirm. Her arm was soft, she seemed to feel too squeezed, constantly pressing against Guwen. Guwen couldn't help asking, if the calamity doesn't strike, how long must we hide here before we can leave? Being squeezed in the coffin with Xianxia, he actually found it quite amusing, a completely novel experience for him. Hide for a few decades, at least until we get past the life-seizing Immortal's 100-year mark. That long? No, I need to go back. There are disciples in the valley, I can't abandon them. Humph, don't even think about it. Now that you've already lain down, don't think about leaving. As her words fell, Guwen felt his left hand grasped by hers. Her hand was cold, like a corpse's. Guwen tried to break free, but she held on tightly. Only after all the lifespan alerts had settled did Guwen come back to his senses. He hadn't checked his lifespan yet, planning to later enjoy the moment of unveiling his lifespan. He spoke up, "It's a bit uncomfortable squeezing like this, don't you think? Squeezing like this for decades, I'm afraid I might die." Xianxia didn't respond but began to shift her body. Guwen stiffened instantly. Xianxia actually lay on top of him, face to face. In the darkness, Guwen distinctly felt her breath was a bit agitated, though faint, not escaping his senses. Suddenly, Xianxia's face pressed against Guwen's chest, and he could feel one of her legs rubbing against his shin. This is bad. Things have gone too far. Guwen fake coughed. Why are you so heavy? Xianxia's breathing hitched, then Guwen felt a hand land on his waist, fingers pinching his flesh. Chapter 299. Terrifying Lifespan. Kid, do you truly not know how to speak, or are you purposely trying to irritate me? In the darkness, Xianxia's voice resounded, somewhat grinding her teeth in frustration, but her hand did not forcefully pinch Guwen, it was merely a warning. Guwen, of course, had intentionally disrupted the atmosphere. He feigned a cough and began asking Xianxia what she would like to do after the disaster was over. Xianxia fell into silence, her limbs ceasing to move as she started to contemplate the question seriously. In truth, she had always been unclear about what she really wanted to do. She had done many things to become stronger, but when the apocalyptic disaster arrived, she felt that her actions were meaningless. Guwen did not disturb her, allowing her to think it over. However, the moment the silence settled, his mind began to wander. Pinned down by Xianxia, Guwen could feel every part of her body pressing against him. How could he remain calm? At that moment, the plots of Green Hero Travelogue, Supreme Secret Records, Black Heroes Travelogue, and many others flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he felt Xianxia tremble slightly. He hurriedly shifted his thoughts to ponder what exactly lifespan samsara was. As his thoughts shifted, Xianxia calmed down. She spoke up, "If we truly can survive this catastrophe, then I'll focus on developing the Juhua sect. I won't wander around anymore. I feel like all these years of running about haven't really counted for much." "That's good," Guwen replied, "to avoid any dangers." Xianxia suddenly stretched out her hand, hugged Guwen tightly, and whispered softly, "The calamity of the ephemera sect left me without any relatives. You are now the only person I care about. Back when you first entered the 8 scenic caves, I was considering whether to kill you or not. Who would have thought that after so many years, you would become so important to me?" Hearing this, Guwen stiffened slightly and replied helplessly, "Is it that serious? I haven't been all that good to you. On the contrary, you've taught me quite a few spells." Setting aside the matter of sword Venerable Fudao supporting Jiang Qiong, Guwen genuinely felt that his outward contributions to Jiang Qiong paled in comparison to what she had offered him. Many spells Jiang Qiong taught him, he still used to this day. She had also given him magic artifacts and heavenly treasures. How can you say you haven't been good to me? You've managed the 8 scenic caves very well, and you've never betrayed me. Every time I've come back, you've taken good care of me. Affection isn't entirely about contributions. If you were stronger, you would definitely treat me even better, I understand that. And I felt right from our first meeting that you had the ability to kill me. You hid it well, but I knew not only that you didn't kill me, but also that you were obedient to me. Listening to Jiang Qiong, Guwen suddenly didn't know what to say. Of course, you rascal, you are good to everyone. Everyone in the valley praises you, Jiang Qiong suddenly snorted. Hearing this, Guwen immediately said, "That's what makes me a scary talent, being good to everybody, making it hard to interpret my thoughts." Yes, but you never ask others for returns, which means you genuinely care for those around you and aren't aiming for anything. Stop undermining yourself. I can feel whether you are genuine or not. Pretense cannot last long, Jiang Qiong said softly. Guwen, seemingly startled, said, "You're not thinking of exchanging vows, are you? That won't work. My junior sister and I plan to get married in the last 100 years of our lives." Jiang Qiong laughed and said, "The last 100 years? What if one of you lives longer?" Whoever lives longer, it's still the same path to go down. The pursuit of immortal cultivation isn't about enduring love, but about eternal life. You certainly see it clearly. Yes, so don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. Why can't I? At the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, it's common for one person to have multiple Taoist friends, and female cultivators can have many Taoist friends too, as long as she is strong enough. Now I am stronger than you, and you can't escape my grasp unless one day your cultivation surpasses mine. Jiang Qiong said proudly, her hand catching Guyen's face as she spoke. She suddenly began her offensive. "You demon cultivator, faking refuge from the calamity and actually abusing me? You can scream all you want now, it's useless. Be careful, I won't be nice. Come on, senior cultivation, I'm too lazy to immobilize you. I just like seeing you struggle. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Jiang Qiong laughed very proudly, grabbing Guyen's wrists with her hands, pinning him down. Then, Guyen felt something soft press on his face, beginning to explore around. Not good. This guy's gone wild. A thought crossed Guyen's mind, and the earth suddenly trembled. Jiang Qiong immediately stopped, not daring to move. Guyen breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, Jiang Qiong suddenly launched a sneak attack, catching him off guard. "Wait, it seems the disaster is over," Guyen suddenly said. "How can you be sure?" Jiang Qiong questioned. "Before finding you, I saw Sword Venerable Fudao make a move." "Oh, then you still came. It seems you also expected something to happen between us." "I just saw you were prepared and didn't want to waste our time. Let's go out and see." "Is that so?" "Really, let's go up. I'll think about it." Boom. Beneath the green vine tree, the earth stirred, and a coffin rose, its lid popping open, and Guyen immediately leaped out, then straightened his clothes. "Nearly lost my virginity. I can't let the over 200 years' worth of my preserved virginity be breached." Guyen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mouth is okay but can't leak vital energy. Jiang Qiong slowly climbed out of the coffin, her hair slightly disheveled, her clothes not neat. She raised her eyes to look at Guyen, giving him a seductive smile that caused him to quickly turn his head. "We should stop calling me martial master. After all, I forcefully took Cheng Xiandan as a disciple, and Cheng Xiandan took you with ulterior motives, so it's not a real lineage. No, you brat never even called me martial master. Really, all men are the same, it's just that you, kid, are reluctant yet compliant, guarding against something," Jiang Qiong said, glaring at Guyen. Guyen dropped a sentence and left. "I'm going to check the situation." He immediately slipped away. Xianxia went to the edge of the pit, watching his retreating back. She licked her lips as if savoring something. When Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley, the valley was still bustling with activity. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered Divine Lord had also come back, standing together with Xianxia, separated by a restriction, discussing the formidable power of Sword Venerable Fudao, unable to contain their emotions. To suppress the entire Great Cold Demon sect with one hand was too exaggerated. It subverted everyone's understanding. For decades, the power of the Great Cold Demon sect had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Only because of understanding the terror of the Great Cold Demon sect did everyone realize how incredibly powerful Sword Venerable Fudao was. Guan looked up and saw a figure hovering above the great heavenly spirit land, watching the continent where Guan was. The 9th layer of the carefree immortal realm. Although only one small realm higher than the Sword Venerable, the presence far surpassed the Sword Venerable, the gap enormous. Presumably, he was the master of the Great Cold Demon sect. At this moment, this master only dared to watch from a distance, not daring to come down. Guan also saw those fleeing cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect disperse like monkeys scattering from a fallen tree, already completely devoid of will to fight. He did not continue to pursue the kill, one reason being that the remaining cultivators were not as powerful as those he had suppressed, and another being he felt many presences approaching, even the presence of Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. Yes, definitely the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. However, the person did not come with malice, and the direction was exactly where the Holy Land of Holy Court was located. Now that the Holy Court had appeared, it would not be appropriate for him to continue the chase. Next, it would be seen what stance the Holy Court took. Guan brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 210/790, 407, 832, physique, primordial karmic body, cultivation level, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer, 790 million years of lifespan. Guan suddenly felt like cursing. That was too awesome. The guilt from the killing faded instantly. Besides, he had not killed indiscriminately, he was executing justice on heaven's behalf, ultimately for the people. Finally, he could fully upgrade. Guan grinned. Very close to 1 billion now, should he wait a bit longer? Forget it, damn it, just 100 million years, he had to wait a long time. How much longer for the remaining 200 million years? Look for a chance to break through. And it was a comprehensive upgrade. Heart surging with excitement, Guan even felt like trying out a 10 million year lifespan samsara just to see what it was. He walked towards the pavilion clusters, shouting with mana. Today, to thank Sword Venerable Fudao for resolving the calamity, let's celebrate tonight. Consider it a holiday, deacons get moving. His voice spread throughout Medicine Valley. Achieving this feat with core formation realm cultivation was not difficult, and soon, various cheers rose within the valley. When Guan reached his own pavilion, Xiaoyu came up to him indicating with her eyes. They both went upstairs and closed the door. I think Sword Venerable Fudao's silhouette seemed familiar. Xiaoyu said seriously, causing Guan's heart to tremble. What did that mean? Could she have linked it to me? Guan immediately became uneasy. A supreme power who suppressed the Great Cold Demon sect spooked by a core formation realm cultivator. He asked with a frown, could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao originates from the Ji family? Xiaoyu shook her head. No, I saw him in a dream, it must have been a scene from a past life. Hearing this, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed even deeper. Today's battle was an eye-opener. I suddenly feel that I can't die too early in this life. I need to follow in the footsteps of Sword Venerable Fudao. Xiaoyu spoke again, her face full of admiration. Chase after Sword Venerable Fudao? He was Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer. Guan didn't discourage Xiaoyu. What if she really could achieve it? He started motivating Xiaoyu. They chatted for a while before Xiaoyu finally left. But when she reached the door, she stopped, turned back to look at Guan and said, the scent of a woman on you is stronger now. It's still the same woman as last time. You two must have entangled a bit, although you don't seem to have leaked any essence. After that, She pushed the door open and left without closing it. Guwen stood there puzzled. How did she figure that out? What kind of divine skill was that, or was it a talent? Guwen didn't dwell on it. Living another life, he planned to be carefree and at ease. Why worry too much? Just follow his heart. He started waiting for that divine immortal of wondrous dharma to leave, as long as the person didn't mess around, and once they left, he would find a place to break through. Chapter 300, 7 Divine Golden Bodies. Primordial ultimate body. The mysterious divine immortal of wondrous dharma wandered in this mortal world region, never stepping onto the continent where Guwen was located. A day and a night later, he left. Starting from the second day, rumors about the great cold demon sect being annihilated single-handedly by sword venerable Fudao spread like a hurricane across the seas, shocking the countless beings that were fleeing. Their first reaction was disbelief, as the news sounded too preposterous. The world was in an uproar, and within the supreme sect, it was a time of celebration, with dazzling lights and decoration everywhere. Everyone was singing praises of Sword Venerable Fudao's magnificent feats and mighty power. This time, Sword Venerable Fudao's rescue efforts had a wider reach than ever before. How could they not be proud? They were unclear if there truly were immortals who cared for the common folk in this world, but at least in their hearts, Sword Venerable Fudao was an immortal who brought salvation to all living beings. The day after the divine immortal of wondrous dharma left, Guwen quietly departed from the continent. He headed south, moving away from the mortal world region where the supreme sect was located. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate sea, where the number of beings was extremely sparse. Whether deep within the sea or above its surface, numerous lost souls and wild ghosts floated about. The sky above this place was covered with dense, oppressive clouds, but the spiritual energy here was quite abundant. After surveying the area with his divine sense, Guwen discovered an island deep within the ocean guarded by powerful restrictions. If he were to break through forcefully, he would undoubtedly alert the entity within. He speculated that a carefree primordial immortal might be hiding inside because, although the restrictions were strong, he felt it wouldn't be difficult to break through if he wanted. No wonder the spiritual energy was so abundant here, yet there were so few beings. It turns out a malevolent deity was hidden within. Guwen landed on an uninhabited isolated island and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. 790 million years of lifespan. The more he looked at it, the more invigorating it felt. He had never been so affluent before. Guwen sat cross-legged in front of a withered tree, looking at his attribute panel, chuckling to himself. First, he would enjoy the moment for a while longer. After a good while, Guwen then reined in his emotions and decided to give lifespan samsara a try. He would test the waters with 10 million years. If this function turned out to be ineffective, he would dismiss it forever, just like the lifespan deduction he had initiated before. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to trigger one reincarnation evolution, beginning connection to Tao rules, searching for reincarnation heaven and earth. You have the following heaven and earth options, choose any one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. The Great Multiverse. There's even a Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Guwen thought if the reincarnation evolution reflected reality, could it be that it's not just memory fusion, but it could also affect reality itself? He wasn't sure, so after some thought, he decided not to choose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land to avoid any potential issues. He was drawn to the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. The name sounded well suited for his life-stealing ability. Since it was reincarnation evolution, perhaps he would still possess his current golden finger. That's the one. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. You choose to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you will retain the life-stealing ability, but cannot unlock stage-specific functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born in a village in the East Profound Domain, and your parents named you Chu Lu. At the age of 7, you accidentally pulled up a spirit grass in the mountains, stealing 8 years of lifespan, marking a turning point in your destiny. At the age of 8, you took an immortal cultivator as a master and traveled the world with him. At 15, you encountered a cultivator robbery. To protect you, your master died. You harbored a grudge, hid in the mountains, and began to accumulate lifespan. By 18, you evolved your cultivation level to the nascent soul realm through lifespan evolution, and you began your revenge. At 19, you infiltrated the residence of your enemies, killing everyone until only one person remained, a girl. Seeing her fearful demeanor, you felt some reluctance and struggled internally. Do you choose to execute her? The prompt stopped here. Guwen paused for a moment, choosing not to execute her. Joking aside, with his life-stealing ability, he certainly wouldn't be hunted by this girl. You spared the girl, Xianxia, and resumed your path of immortal cultivation. Seeing this prompt, Guwen smiled. This girl, like his junior sister, also had Lan in her name. The previous prompts had no names. It seemed the deceased don't get named unless they survive. Hold on, his parents and master were initially alive as well, but they were not named. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this Xianxia would live a long time? At 20, you joined the Tai sect, and with your exceptional cultivation level and talent, you became a direct disciple, making a name for yourself within the sect. At 21, you utilized the lifespan deduction cultivation technique to master the 7 hearts technique. At 22, jealous of you, the sect leader's son ambushed you while you were on a mission, surrounding you with his people. You executed all his followers, leaving only the sect leader's son alive. He knelt before you, begging for mercy, and you hesitated. Do you choose to execute him? Guwen didn't hesitate, and the prompt continued to appear. Killing men and sparing women? Seems like there's something wrong with the standard, huh? Guwen criticized himself internally. Subsequently, the him in the reincarnation returned to the Tai sect, faced continuous strife and enmity, and he always chose to kill, since it was others who provoked him. Killing led to the unveiling of secrets, and he was pursued by the Tai sect and even placed on a wanted list. After that, almost every year he was embroiled in battles, sometimes several times within a year. Once, Guwen chose to save a wounded cultivator he encountered by chance, only for that person to summon a large group of cultivators to ambush him, intending to seize the magic artifact in his possession. Angered, Guwen's killing intent intensified. One betrayal after another, jealousy, and feuds kept unfolding. What an impressive turn of events. Indeed, this was the dark great heaven and earth, and the world seemed excessively grim. Over the first 50 years, Guwen encountered not a single kind-hearted cultivator. He was fighting alone the entire time. The most distressing part for him was that, in order to get back at him, his enemies extracted the souls of his family still in the mountain village and refined them into resentful ghosts to be embedded in ghost devices. Furious, Guwen became even more ruthless in his subsequent choices, always responding to killing with killing. His lifespan accumulated rapidly, and by 50, he had reached the cultivation level of loose immortal realm, becoming the East Profound Domain's killing god. At the age of 65, you encountered the girl you once spared, Xianxia. She had now become a disciple of the Blue Sky Holy Sect, a renowned genius. She recognized you and was very grateful. You were moved by her attitude. At 66, pursued by Xianxia, you both became Taoist friends. At 67, Xianxia gave birth to a son and a daughter for you, and you cherished her even more. At 68, while you were cultivating, a wandering carefree primordial immortal from the Blue Sky Holy Sect descended. He was known as the Black Profound Emperor and crushed you to death. Reincarnation ends. What? It's over already? Guwen nearly spit blood. For 10 million years of lifespan, he only got 68 years of life? Black Profound Emperor. Okay, very good. Without giving Guwen time to ponder more, a vast array of memories flooded his mind, the life of Chu Lu, as if he had experienced it himself. However, since it was reincarnation evolution, he didn't feel the length during the assimilation process. It was like recalling past memories, recalling some experiences, a rather peculiar sensation. Although he only lived for 68 years in this life, Chu Lu improved a cultivation technique over his lifetime, and even evolved it into a divine skill that caused a sensation in both the past and the present. Developed from the 7 Hearts technique after numerous enhancements, it is now known as the 7 Divine Gold Bodies. 7 divine gold bodies with an inherent cultivation technique. Once mastered, it forms 7 souls, each equipped with divine skills, allowing him to resurrect even if killed. In memory, getting crushed by the Black Profound Emperor wasn't as straightforward. He resurrected 6 times in the Black Profound Emperor's hands, but the result was the same. The gap in cultivation level was too vast. His teleportation divine power was unable to let him escape. After assimilating the 7 divine gold bodies, Gu felt somewhat placated. It is hard to say if the value of the 7 divine gold bodies could match 10 million years of lifespan, but it certainly was not something to be gained with just 1 or 2 million years of lifespan. The skill was extremely powerful, allowing nascent soul realm Chu Lu to severely injure enemies of the 2nd level of Wandering Immortal Realm, proving its strength. Sigh, it was not enough perseverance. Guwen realized that in reincarnation evolution, he could only make decisions at destiny's turning points and couldn't control his reincarnated self. Thinking about it, didn't this mean that all other worlds of reincarnation also had their own thought processes? Isn't this also the case with reincarnation in reality? Ji Xiaoyu in this life was completely different from her previous life. Guwen withdrew his thoughts, noticing that the ground was full of spiritual energy. This showed that reincarnation evolution also consumed real-world spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had changed locations to avoid affecting the Supreme Sect and the continent. Time to get down to real business. Today, he would break through a major realm. Guwen accessed the attribute panel and poured 20 million years of lifespan into physique. Primordial karmic body advanced to primordial chaos body, then ascended to primordial ultimate body. Awakening the great divine power, the primordial chaos grand disc. This divine skill was an amalgamation of attack, defense, and sealing abilities, larger and more formidable than regular heaven and earth rules, possessing the might to crush heaven and earth rules. Guwen immediately trained this divine skill to mastery realm. Vast spiritual energy surged into Guwen's mind, and his consciousness entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Primordial ultimate body and primordial karmic body, although both named after primordial, had a huge disparity. By reaching ultimate body, one could easily see through heaven and earth rules as well as cause and effect, exerting absolute suppression over the primordial body type. Although Guwen had not yet encountered a primordial body type, he felt that primordial must exist. After all, it was achieved through the elevation of his own body type, indicating that if the mortals of the great heavenly spirit land traced back their ancestry, they might very well be linked to primordial. He just did not know where primordial was located. As Guwen devoured the spiritual energy, the silent and gloomy sea stirred into a tempest as a powerful divine sense swept across the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how much it searched, it could not find Guwen. An ancient hour later, Guwen finally opened his eyes, and his physique was completely transformed into a primordial ultimate body. His current strength had reached a terrifying level, and the sensation of power was exceedingly delightful. He even wanted to find someone to test his newfound strength against. Fortunately, he resisted the urge. Cannot drift away. Chu Lu was too overconfident, killing throughout his path, only to be crushed to death by a cultivator several major realms above. Guwen looked at the cultivation technique section. Primordial chaos, supreme holy skill, and all things form and energy art were each worth 20 million years of lifespan. The reason he only used 20 million years of lifespan was that he started to covet the function that would unlock with 1 billion years of lifespan. Chapter 301. Breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm. In the next ancient hour, Guwen enhanced the primordial chaos supreme holy skill to the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and yet, 20 million years of lifespan only advanced him by 1 level, luckily reaching the peak of perfection. At the same time, he awakened the divine skill, unlimited avatars. Every element of the 5 elements spiritual energy could turn into an avatar. This divine skill's combat power wasn't particularly outstanding as it manifested in quantity, since the 5 elements spiritual energy existed everywhere. He continued to advance. The all things form and energy art was elevated to the chaotic myriad forms freedom technique, and then further to the Tao void mysterious divine thought skill. Similarly costing 20 million years of lifespan, no new divine skills were awakened, but the technique itself was a divine skill. The Tao void mysterious divine thought skill, once mastered, would not be restricted by rules. With a mere thought he could suppress cultivation level, breath, appearance, and everything else, making them unperceivable to others. With this technique, there was no need for Guan to use transformation techniques. Of course, what he valued most was its marvelous effect in hiding cultivation level and breath. In the reincarnation evolution, Chu Lu died quickly exactly because he lacked this technique. Of course, trusting Qing Jialan also played a part. After Guan passed on the Tao void mysterious divine thought skill, another ancient hour had passed. Next was the promotion of the boundless heaven-constricting sword to the eternal boundless divine sword. The limitless freedom step was finally elevated to the stepping path of ages step, a technique that allowed time reversal within a specific range of each footstep, transforming all things from death to life, from life to null. Of course, this stepping technique couldn't aid in achieving immortality since it had limitations and was primarily used for combat. The 9 extremes yin-yang body was finally advanced to the Tao of transcending void body. Guan also enhanced the soul-capturing skill, promoting it to the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, consuming 5 million years of lifespan. The previous 3 ultimate skills and divine skills each consumed 20 million years of lifespan, totaling 65 million years of lifespan. Adding the physique and cultivation technique, Guan had already spent 105 million years of lifespan. The consumption from the lifespan barrier was also a significant figure. Even without breaking through, he felt invincible at this moment. But he needed to be cautious. He must break through. Guan reopened the attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the cultivation level column. At this moment, the entire ocean was experiencing a violent storm, with endless towering waves, as the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal frantically scanned the area. Guan didn't mind since the area was mostly inhabited by lost souls and wild ghosts who wandered the mortal world, suffering from the rejection of the heaven and earth rules. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to invest 5 million years of his lifespan. It was uncertain whether the early investment of 100 million years of lifespan could erase the gap in the difficulty of cultivation between the divine immortal of wondrous dharma and higher realms. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 30,000 years, forcefully attempting to assault the Tao void mysterious immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation, failing the tribulation, 30,000 years for 1 tribulation crossing. Guan was thrilled, knowing that previously, when he attempted to reach the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, it took 60,000 years for 1 chance to cross the tribulation. However, even more surprising events occurred. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years, you endured the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation with the forceful use of the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and succeeded in the tribulation crossing, advancing your cultivation level to the first layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 500,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the second layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. 10 successful crossings. I'm really fucking strong. Guan was ecstatic, but as he looked further, his smile gradually faded. The time required for each level in the Tao void mysterious immortal realm kept increasing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 8th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4.7 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5 million years, forcefully assailing the divine thought true immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation, failing the tribulation. That's good. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm in 5 million years was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. But what's after was shocking. An attempt of tribulation every 300,000 years. If following the old pattern, failing 100 times would mean 30 million years of lifespan. Failing 200 times would mean 60 million years of lifespan. That's ridiculously exaggerated. Is the divine thought true immortal that mighty? It's a big leap. Guan didn't question it much, given he hadn't even heard of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, let alone the higher divine thought true immortal. Once again, nature's spiritual energy surged towards him. The entire ocean's spiritual energy abruptly sank, and its range rapidly expanded. Damn, this commotion is a bit excessive. Guan was secretly alarmed, feeling he might once again bring about a calamity to the mortal world. The vast amounts of spiritual energy required to transition from the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to the 9th layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal far exceeded Guan's imagination. However, he could judge the resources of the great heavenly spirit land through this disturbance. If his breakthrough affected the entire great heavenly spirit land, it would indicate that the Tao Void Mysterious Realm cultivators in the great heavenly spirit land were few and far between. While feeling the transformation within himself, Guan observed the surroundings. The range of spiritual energy extraction grew larger, and in less than 30 minutes, it exceeded the size of the area the Great Cold Demon Sect planned to annihilate and was still rapidly increasing. Time swiftly passed. An hour later, Guan forcefully achieved the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Regardless of the realm, the evolutionary cultivation would always compress the breakthrough into 1 hour. The mysteries of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal flooded into his mind. A Tao Void Mysterious Immortal could transcend universal rules and travel through the Great Thousand World. The so-called Great Thousand World consists of countless realms like the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and only reaching this level would one touch the barriers of the universe. Of course, not all universes can be easily traversed, as there are also differences in strength among them. The power of a mysterious immortal is even greater, capable of transforming all things into living beings. Reaching this level means starting to condense one's own Tao. The so-called Tao is the condensation of the overall path of immortal cultivation, manifesting as will, capable of condensing a Tao form and using it to battle and suppress everything. Guan was immersed in the transformation brought by the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, unable to extricate himself. Only when his cultivation level broke through to the 2nd layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm did his consciousness awaken. He looked up, the universe no longer looked so distant to him. His gaze and divine sense reached perfect unity, allowing him even to peer into the ends of the universe. He saw the silent destruction domain described by Wuxia, a place of utter darkness emitting a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to infiltrate lightly. For he sensed auras within that made him wary, not just one, but several. Time continued to move forward. Guan began to detect the approach of various cultivators' aura. Looking up, he saw a massive number of cultivators flying out of the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, quickly approaching, the numbers even surpassing those of the Great Cold Demon Sect. His breakthrough had indeed alarmed the Holy Court. It must be said, compared to the Holy Court, the Great Cold Demon Sect was utterly incomparable. The cultivators who flew out were of loose immortal realm at the lowest, numbering over 5 million and still increasing. More than 5 million loose immortals. What an exaggeration. He even sensed the aura of divine immortals of wondrous Dharma and carefree primordial immortals, with more than 10 divine immortals of wondrous Dharma among them. The cultivators of the Holy Court dispersed to protect various continents and islands. The ocean stirred up world-shocking waves, the speed of the sinking spiritual energy causing many continents to shatter. Seeing the Holy Court coming out to protect the common people, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, holding the Holy Court in much higher regard. He didn't want his breakthrough to result in the extinction of countless beings. It seems the support of the Great Cold Demon Sect by the Holy Court was only the will of that Holy King. If the Holy Court became his enemy in the future, regardless of the animosity, Simply for today's actions of the Holy Court, he wouldn't thoroughly exterminate them. Of course, it would be even better if he could establish friendly relations with the Holy Court. Cultivation doesn't have to be all about fighting and killing. The benefits derived from slaughtering the great cold demon sect were indeed massive, but it also attracted much wariness. Look now, the battle just ended, and divine immortals of wondrous Dharma have shown up, a realm previously unheard of. If he became too arrogant and a more terrifying existence than the divine thought true immortal appeared and slapped him to death with one palm, what could he do? The experience of Chu Lu was a lesson. Of course, more of Chu Lu's death was due to trusting the wrong person. Guan couldn't help but curse at him, "How dare you marry into the family of someone you killed?" Although initially, Chu Lu was the victim, he should have stayed away from Qingjialan. With the Holy Court taking action, Guan felt even more at ease. He began to focus on enjoying the transformation of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm, what could the Holy King behind the Great Cold Demon Sect do to him? If that Holy King was also a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, then Guan would fight with all his might to achieve another breakthrough. Chapter 302. Absolutely not intoxicating. Under the cloak of night, the vast ocean was riddled with shadows of great cultivators flitting by, and many sea monsters leaped out of the water, making the night all the more terrifying. The isolated island where Guan was situated was surrounded by terrifying waves, which could engulf it at any moment. Yet, he was still waiting for the breakthrough to conclude. The amount of spiritual energy needed for each minor realm within the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm far exceeded that for breakthroughs in previous major realms. Guan had been observing the outside world, for he wanted to know the impact of this breakthrough on the great heavenly spirit land. By now, the range of the descending spiritual energy had become enormously exaggerated. However, in comparison to the entire great heavenly spirit land, it was still not sufficient to shake the whole. The great heavenly spirit land was far too vast. Even though Guan could now see beyond the heavens, he could not overlook the vastness within the great heavenly spirit land. As time elapsed, more and more great cultivators arrived to protect the oceans from all corners, and even sects that Guan previously dared not spy upon sent out great cultivators. Even the dynasty populated entirely by heavenly spirit life forms had sent people out. Guan suddenly discovered an interesting point. The Immortal Spirit Dynasty and the Holy Court were situated on opposite sides of the great heavenly spirit land, as distant from each other as possible, giving a clear demarcation. He would have to find an opportunity to learn about the Immortal Spirit Dynasty from Baizia next time. Guan saw that apart from this stretch of the ocean, the continents and islands and other seas were all protected by great cultivators, even floating in the air near the continent where the Supreme Sect was located, holding back the waves. The Holy Court's efficiency was truly formidable. It could offer swift protection to the common people within a short period of time, truly worthy of its name. It is worth mentioning that the carefree primordial immortal of this ocean region had been the target of a manhunt. He was besieged by several other carefree primordial immortals and had already fled to outer heaven. Guan couldn't help but mourn him silently. My sin, my sin. Although the other party became involved because of him, Guan had no choice. He had to break through. Going anywhere would attract attention. Going to outer heaven would attract at least those at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, which would be far too dangerous. However, considering the current commotion, Guan's next breakthrough would have to take place outside of heaven. Although outer heaven was dangerous, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal was not weak. Guan had already seen the words, Divine Thought True Immortal, and had a vast lifespan. He couldn't feel at ease without reaching the 9th layer of Divine Thought True Immortal. He would have to control his next breakthrough a bit more. Reaching the 9th layer, he would have to restrain himself and not prematurely peer into the name of the next realm, lest his heart itch with curiosity. Guan thought silently to himself. The anomalies above the ocean had not affected outer heaven. The moon set and the sun rose. When morning arrived, the turmoil of spiritual energy over the ocean gradually returned to calm. Guan had finally reached the 9th level of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. He slowly opened his eyes, and the golden patterns on his forehead shone with an illusory vertical golden eye. The pupil of the primordial divine eye was gradually turning black, then deep gray, making this vertical eye all the more terrifying and oppressive. With a thought, Guwen caused the primordial divine eye to disappear. He slowly stood up. Without taking a step, his figure vanished on the spot from the island. Almost instantaneously, he arrived within the Nianchu cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were all immersed in cultivation. The cave was quiet, save for the sound of dripping water, exuding a profound serenity. Guwen clapped his hands, and the three demons awoke. They quickly came out of the house and upon seeing Guwen, were overjoyed and rushed to meet him. "Master, what exactly happened outside these past 2 days?" "Yes indeed, such a terrifying aura came through." "Master, are you all right?" The three demons chattered excitedly, their questions buzzing with enthusiasm. Guwen felt a pang of guilt. He should have visited sooner. Instead, he had let them worry for so long. "Come on, let's go to the outer world cave," Guwen called out, then took the three demons away with him. Along the way, the three demons talked incessantly, and Guwen did not hide anything from them, recounting the calamities they encountered outside. Divine exotic resentful ghosts, divine exotic ghost kings, the great cold demon sect, the heavenly fire catastrophe, and more. All of these stories made them tremble with fear. But hearing from Guwen that the calamity had passed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to wonder who had resolved the calamity. Guwen said even he wasn't sure. When they arrived at the outer world cave, Guwen raised his hand. Countless storage bags, storage rings, and storage dharma artifacts flew out of his sleeves and piled up on the open ground. The three demons were stunned. Tian Yaoer couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many?" Guwen didn't answer. After piling the collected storage dharma artifacts into a mountain, he swept over them with his divine sense, dispelling all restrictions. In an instant, he obliterated anything that might be harmful. "I entrust these to you. On ordinary days, refrain from touching them to avoid attracting powerful beings," Guwen warned them. In truth, no matter how much they handled them, they wouldn't attract other cultivators. He was only worried they might accidentally harm themselves. The three demons nodded blankly, still not fully grasping the situation. Guwen didn't explain further and disappeared on the spot. Tian Bai came to her senses and tentatively asked, "Could the mysterious great power who saved us from the calamity be our master?" Tian Yaoer had a strange expression. Long suspecting that Guwen downplayed his own strength when he said he was no match for the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, she became even more certain now. She just didn't understand why Guwen would hide his true cultivation level. Elsewhere, Guwen returned to the Supreme Sect. The continent where the Supreme Sect resided had not been affected by the disturbances of the previous night, though the winds between the heavens and the earth were a bit stronger. He first returned to the 8 scenic caves to inform Xianxia that the great cold demon sect had been eradicated. Xianxia was shocked and immediately left. Guwen didn't follow her. Instead, he used the teleportation array in the valley to return to the Third Medicine Valley. Even after 2 days had passed, the atmosphere in the valley was still lively. Most people were discussing the great cold demon sect. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered divine lord resumed their chess game, occasionally shouting, drawing laughter from the surrounding disciples. The servant disciples, who were laboring, were also spirited, and even the white spirit rat under the mystic pure tree was unusually awake, lying at Enzin's feet, enjoying her petting. Everything seemed so harmonious, bringing a smile to Guwen's face. He had taken the risk to intervene so that he could see such a scene every day. Guwen walked towards his own loft, his divine sense turned towards outer heaven. His next breakthrough had to take place in outer heaven. He wondered if it was because of last night's anomaly, but there were many great cultivators patrolling above the great heavenly spirit land. Although their cultivation levels were not as high as his, he still didn't want to appear at this critical juncture. He would wait for those great cultivators to disperse before he went to outer heaven for the breakthrough. With his remaining lifespan, breaking through to divine thought true immortal should not be difficult. Thinking of this, Guwen's mood became even more pleasant. He hummed a tune as he ascended to his loft, where the blood prison great saint, lying in wait, watched his master, deep in thought. After Guan entered and closed the door, blood prison great saint finally thought, "The master seems to have become stronger again. How high is his realm?" On the day the great cold demon sect attacked, the colossal figure that stood taller than heaven and earth fell into the eyes of blood prison great saint, and he immediately knew that it was his master. He felt more than ever that ending up in Guan's hands was an incredible stroke of fate. Others couldn't get such a chance even if they wanted it. Thinking this, he wore a proud smile. Considering the millennium term, it now seemed like nothing in comparison. When the millennium came, he would choose to stay and continue to serve Guan, whether as an ox or a horse. He had already set his sights on the position of the head disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. Considering Nzin's talent, he was sure she would be buried by then, so who could compete with him? As for Yang Jian, he would definitely want to venture out. The boy also had such ambition. At the same time, inside the loft, Guan sat in a chair and lay down in the position he found most comfortable. Looking at his remaining lifespan of over 600 million years, the corners of his mouth just couldn't help but turn up. He must not become complacent. He would have to continue cultivating medicinal herbs in the future. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal was not his final destination, nor would Divine Thought True Immortal be. He had to keep growing stronger. Right now, he was indeed powerful, but there were still things in the world he could not see through, and thus needed to keep cultivating diligently. For the next few days, Guan began moving between the various medicine valleys, returning to his usual life. During this time, Sage Shen Miao of the North Sea Mountain inquired about his opinion of Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan casually praised him without elaborating much. 5 days later, Guan noticed a group of cultivators with strong cultivation levels sneaking into the continent, investigating the public opinion about Sword Venerable Fudao. These cultivators were all from the Holy Court. It was not just this continent. Cultivators from the Holy Court were also investigating the Great Cold Demon Sect and the surrounding seas. Guan did not intervene. The Holy Court beginning to investigate the Great Cold Demon Sect suggested that the matter had alarmed the upper echelons of the Holy Court, and the Holy King could no longer act unilaterally. After harvesting all the mature medicinal herbs in the various medicine valleys, Guan began to relax and rest. He found Nine-Finger Divine Lord and played a game of chess, winning 3 rounds in a row. Stealing the 5 Elements became interested and wanted to play as well. Starting from Guan's first move, an hour later, Guan stood up, holding the 7 stars mirror as a fan, strutting off in a superior manner. Stealing the 5 Elements sat stunned on the stone stool, gazing at the chessboard, utterly lost in thought. The surrounding disciples were thrilled, all praising Guan. Stealing the 5 Elements had always been winning, quite arrogantly at that. Seeing their master defeat him, how could the disciples not be exhilarated? Nine-Finger Divine Lord was amused. It turned out it wasn't that he was inadequate. Rather, Guan truly possessed extraordinary comprehension in the ways of chess. Guan left amid the cheers of the disciples, his face wearing a smug smile. "Play against me? You'll need another 100 million years of practice." Guan admitted that those at the 9th layer of heaven and earth flying immortal realm were powerful, just 27 small realms below him. Returning to the loft, Guan sat down and opened his attribute panel. He felt regret over the previous lifespan samsara and wished to start another game. After all, there were still plenty of Holy Court great cultivators patrolling outside heaven, so there was no rush to break through. Just one game, and definitely not getting carried away. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate 1 reincarnation evolution. Connecting with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You can choose one of the following worlds. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. 9 Extreme Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Guan hesitated for a moment before deciding he would still choose the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Where one falls, there one shall rise. This time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, You shall retain your ability to seize lifespan, but you will not be able to unlock stage-wise functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you are born into a noble household within the Beiqian domain's Great Xia Holy Dynasty, blessed by your parents with the name Xianxia. At the age of 5, while you are fast asleep, you fall victim to poisoning by a concubine of your father's third wife. Before you lose consciousness, you glimpse her figure. Fortunately, your mother discovers you in time, allowing for your rescue. Once your strength returns, your grandfather gathers the family in the Great Hall. Faced with your grandfather's query, will you choose to expose that you were poisoned by the third wife's concubine? Chapter 303 Fighting Will. Gu N's hostility. Seeing the prompt of reincarnation evolution, Guan hesitated. If it had been earlier, he would have definitely chosen to expose the crimes of the third concubine to seek justice for himself, but Chu Lu's short life had left him with a psychological shadow. Although lifespan samsara was just an evolution and would not harm his original self, he was toying with 10 million years of lifespan. Moreover, the prompt was brief, and he couldn't analyze the specifics of the situation or understand the background of the third concubine. What if exposing her would bring about a deadly disaster? Forget it, he should endure it for now. Although it was a grieving, it wasn't something he personally experienced. You choose to reveal you were poisoned by the third concubine. A turmoil in the Shao Kingdom's mansion thus resolved. At the age of 8, you began to practice swordsmanship and accidentally cut a spirit grass during the process, claiming 8 years of lifespan and marking a turning point in your life of immortal cultivation. At 12, thanks to lifespan evolution, your cultivation level broke through to the nascent soul realm. At 17, the Great Ming dynasty was besieged by 3 dynasties, the lands shattered, and you followed the Shao family's southward migration, continuously encountering attacks and fierce battles, and your lifespan grew quickly. At 18, during the escape, you encountered 2 severely injured cultivators, one male and one female, each begging you to save them and kill the other, plunging you into hesitation. You choose to save the male or the female, to kill the male or the female. Neither save nor kill. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You didn't make a move, you watched the 2 die, and after their death, you took their storage bags. Seeing this line of prompt, Guan almost cursed loudly. Why so impulsive? The following years were filled with various escapes and battles. At 27, an elder of the Great Dayan sect from the Mahayana realm suspected you of slaughtering his descendants since you possessed their descendants' storage bag. You vehemently denied it, yet he still tried to kill you, and finally, both of you were heavily injured, and you got separated from your family. Fighting a Mahayan realm cultivator at the age of 27, Xianxia indeed had some substance. It seems his path was quite wild. Guan lamented in his heart. He could only see a general description and didn't know how many enemies Xianxia had killed during this process. At 30, you entered the Luoqing sect to focus on cultivation. At 45, the Shao family was slaughtered. Deeply grieving upon learning this, you began to investigate who the enemy was. At 50, after 5 years of investigation, you found that the power that slaughtered the Shao family was the Li family from the East Profound Domain. You left the Luoqing sect alone to rush to the East Profound Domain. Seeing the words East Profound Domain, Guan secretly felt that something was amiss. Why, out of nowhere, was his family destroyed again? Speaking of which, Guan in this life also had no relatives, living alone in the Ji family mansion. Could this be fate? At 60, you stormed the secret realm assessment of the East Profound Saint Mansion, swept through the geniuses of East Profound Domain, and became renowned throughout the world. At 70, you cultivated the Heavenly Gang Holy Body in the East Profound Saint Mansion. The mansion master favored you greatly, wishing to betroth his youngest daughter to you, whether you accept. Do not accept. You refused the mansion master's goodwill. He then took you as a disciple, and you received great cultivation resources from the East Profound Saint Mansion. Guan smiled when he saw this. That's more like it. The following life was filled with various cultivations. Xianxia continually enhanced his physique, cultivation technique, and divine skills. His choices were limited, focusing on only one method of each type. Years swiftly passed. At 137, you participated in the holy competitions of the 5 domains. With an overwhelmingly dominant appearance, you claimed the title of the strongest prodigy of the era, and the name of the heavenly gang holy body spread across the great heaven and earth. At 138, you encountered a cultivator from the Leaf family during an externship. Due to a deep-seated hatred, you erupted into conflict with the Leaf family, encountering a mysterious carefree primordial immortal who intervened and nearly killed you. Fortunately, a cultivator named Hanging Pot saved you when you were severely injured. At 139, before your injuries fully healed, the Leaf family attacked again, vowing to annihilate you. Hanging Pot consumed his true yuan, using a great divine power to shift you and his children into a space-time rift. The 3 of you fell into the Dark Continent. At 140, Hanging Pot's son couldn't withstand the invasion of dark powers, ultimately perishing, his soul turning into a dark undead and disappearing, and you took his sister to search for him. At 142, the 2 of you failed to escape the Dark Continent. Hanging Pot's daughter also turned into a dark undead. You, enraged, began slaughtering the dark undead of the Dark Continent. At 143, you encountered the Black Profound Emperor from the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, who extinguished your soul. Reincarnation ends. What? Damn Black Profound Emperor again. How did he reach the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm this time? Gu and his eyes widened, his anger uncontainable. If the Black Profound Emperor had the ability to anticipate lifespan, he would have already sensed the intense hostility from Guan. This guy had been squatting on him for 2 lifetimes. How could he bear it? Guan immediately vanished inside the room and teleported to the ocean floor of another world. Then he activated the lifespan barrier. A surge of vast memories rushed into his mind. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, his face showing complex emotions. Xianxia's life was more splendid than Chu Lu's, advancing triumphantly, enjoying life fiercely with gratitude and resentment, possessing the fame of the strongest talent of the contemporary era, and he also encountered many beautiful women. Regrettably, he still died. In his memories, Guan learned about the horrors of the Dark Continent, which was even larger than the entire great heavenly spirit land, impossible to fly to the outer heaven, the world dim and vast, as if never able to escape, and a mysterious power called Dark Force devouring him. If not for the sufficiently powerful heavenly gang holy body, Xianxia might not have lasted until the day he met the Black Profound Emperor. It must be said, the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm Black Profound Emperor was truly terrifying. Guan not only possessed memories but could also deeply experience the feelings of the time. When the Black Profound Emperor killed him, he seemed to deliberately preserve his flesh. The thought of his body being used by the Black Profound Emperor really irked Guan. He also did not know where the Dark Continent was, whether the timing could match up, and if they met, if the opponent's cultivation was not as good as his, he must make the Black Profound Emperor truly feel despair. The second reincarnation evolution ended at only 143 years old, which was quite annoying. However, the gain was greater than last time. Although the heavenly gang holy body was not as good as his primordial ultimate body, he could pass it on to his disciples in the future. The real gain was Xianxia's will. Xianxia cultivated a kind of fighting will. The more severe the injury, the stronger the burst of strength, capable of sweeping all opponents of the same realm, and even had a chance to counterkill higher realm opponents. Of course, for Guan, the main use of the fighting will was manifested in crossing the tribulation. With this will, would his evolutionary practice in crossing the tribulation be easier? Guan felt deeply and pondered whether he in the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm was stronger than the Black Profound Emperor. With his whole Bodhis ultimate skills, he really wanted to try challenging the Black Profound Emperor. He then disappeared from the seabed, returning to the attic of the Third Medicine Valley. Although merging memories caused some disturbance, it wasn't as significant as his previous breakthrough. Guan sat on a chair, suddenly feeling like trying again. He couldn't pick the Dark Continent next time. There was no need to stubbornly confront the Black Profound Emperor. Forget it. Bad luck. In the reincarnation evolution, Guan could only make significant choices. He couldn't control how his evolving self specifically acted, meaning reincarnation evolution was unknown. Since it was unknown, It needed to be mystical. Moreover, Guwen still needed to break through. He couldn't get overexcited and delay his breakthrough. Guwen took out the Green Hero Travelogue and flipped through a few pages, completely shifting his thoughts. This book is truly incredible. Even if Xianxia died now, with this book, in Guwen's heart, he was a saint. The news of the Great Cold Demon sect being wiped out by Sword Venerable Fudao spread wildly for a long time, making Sword Venerable Fudao's fame spread even wider. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and time came to the end of the year. Winter's snow covered the vast heaven and earth. Guwen was writing a book in the attic, recording all the Taoist sorcery and ultimate skills practiced by Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian in his lifetime into a secret book, not wishing to immediately disseminate it but just writing for fun. If it could prove useful later, he could directly bring it out. He suddenly sensed something, raised an eyebrow, then put down his pen and vanished inside the room. Far away on the ocean, Bai Zia lay on a large gourd, the gourd soaring among the clouds, his legs crossed, looking very stylish. He sensed an aura and immediately opened his eyes, leaping up. Then he saw a figure swiftly approaching, his face breaking into a surprised smile. It was Meng Lang, whom he wanted to see. Guwen quickly flew in front of Bai Zia and greeted with a fist and palm salute. "Taoist friend Bai, didn't expect to meet you here." Bai Zia frankly stated his purpose, then greeted him back, smiling. "Taoist friend Meng, long time no see, are you well? Have you been affected by the Great Cold Demon sect?" He had already flown into the area endangered by the Great Cold Demon sect. Of course, this was just the peripheral region, so Guwen dared to meet him. "No, I wasn't here at the time, I only came back after hearing that the Great Cold Demon sect was extinguished." Guwen shook his head. "Doing well?" "Quite good, just broke through to the 9th layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm." Bai Zia invited Guwen onto the gourd, and he unceremoniously joined. The two began discussing the Great Cold Demon sect and Sword Venerable Fudao. Bai Zia was shocked by this matter. He didn't expect such a big event to occur within the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Although the Great Cold Demon sect wasn't comparable to Mortal World Peak, it wouldn't be far off. To wipe out the Great Cold Demon sect with one's own power, its Taoist level was unimaginable. There were still survivors from the Great Cold Demon sect, but they were like scattered monkeys after a tree falls, many enemies kicking them while down. Bai Zia was very curious about Sword Venerable Fudao, asking Guwen when this person had emerged. Guwen then said he was in seclusion before, also unsure when Sword Venerable Fudao appeared. The two talked for a long time, and the conversation was mostly Guwen asking questions and Bai Zia patiently answering. An hour later, Guwen suddenly asked, "Taoist friend Bai, have you ever heard of the Dark Continent?" Bai Zia frowned, surprised. He asked, "The Dark Continent? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? Where is it?" Hearing this, Guwen could only say, "I'm not clear either, just heard a senior mention this name, so I was curious." Afterward, he bid farewell to Bai Zia. Bai Zia hurriedly said, "Mortal World Peak will soon hold a 10,000-year summit. You must come, officially taking over as Peak Master." Guwen nodded, then flew toward the direction away from the Supreme Sect. As he flew far away, Bai Zia muttered, "Dark Continent, why does it feel like I've heard it somewhere?" Chapter 304. Breakthrough to the Divine Thought. True Immortal Realm 9 Layers. After bidding farewell to Bai Zia, Guwen took a detour, only then returning to the Third Medicine Valley. He finished writing the current secret book, then went downstairs to join the disciples in shoveling snow. During the process of shoveling snow, his thoughts were constantly in outer heaven. When would those wandering cultivators of the Holy Court disperse? They couldn't stop Guwen. He was just worried that the noise from his breakthrough would be too loud and attract them near the lifespan barrier. What if someone intruded? Guwen didn't want to make unnecessary enemies with the Holy Court, nor did he want anyone to discover his true cultivation level. He could only wait. As winter passed and spring arrived, the years went by. The news of Sword Venerable Fudao's world-saving feats spread widely across this region of the mortal world, earning more and more praises, and his fame spread throughout the great heaven and earth. Relative to the tumultuous seas, the continent quickly calmed down since they had heard of Sword Venerable Fudao's feats not for the first time. However, a change in the dynamics occurred in the human race's world. The forces that had fled returned but could no longer maintain their former dominance, while those who stayed behind gained more support and developed rapidly. The other continent on the Nine Nether Road was even more dangerous. The sects and families of the Taizong dynasty couldn't secure a footing there, and the fleeing forces returned in disgrace within a few years. Jiang Qiong also returned to the Juhua sect, beginning to develop the sect peacefully. Gu N's days returned to being leisurely. Before he knew it, 10 years had passed. The wandering cultivators of the holy court outside heaven finally dispersed, and Guwen was waiting for this day. He immediately set off, leaving quietly. In just one step, he reached the depths of the universe, flying towards a location he had chosen long ago. It was a gigantic meteorite, even larger than the continent where the supreme sect was located. Guwen landed on the meteor. Looking around, the great heavenly spirit land seemed very distant. Reckoned for a heaven and earth flying immortal, it would also be impossible to spy with the naked eye. Turning around, the universe's depths behind him were extremely dark. From here to the silent destruction domain was closer than to the great heavenly spirit land. This was also intentional on his part, to make the holy court think that the anomalies were caused by a heavenly demon. He sat down on the spot, activating the lifespan barrier. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guwen, lifespan, 220/639, 660, 342, physique, primordial ultimate body, cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm 9th layer. This lifespan was truly a delight to behold. He had to be more careful about this breakthrough. The last time he crossed the lifespan barrier, he had consumed tens of millions of years of lifespan, a figure that could not be ignored. Guwen took a deep breath, deciding to directly aim for a breakthrough in cultivation level. Tribulation every 300,000 years, still quite frightening. 1 billion, get on board. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 600,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. Guwen remained expressionless, already used to failure. No matter, he still had 5 billion years. He didn't believe they could drain him completely. However, something terrible happened. When his tribulation failures exceeded 100 times, his expression became grave. When his tribulation failures exceeded 200 times, his expression became ugly. When 1 billion years were all used up, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What was this heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation? Was it this absurd? Once Guwen successfully broke through, he must investigate the origin of this heavenly tribulation. Even within the same realm, heavenly tribulations are not fixed. Taking mortal world peak, for instance, their recorded types of heavenly tribulations exceeded 10,000. The rule summarized by the immortal cultivation world is that the more powerful you are within the same realm, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation. However, those cultivators, despite an increased difficulty in their tribulation, could rely on formations, dharma treasures, and sect teachings for support. Guwen could only rely on himself, owning no dharma treasures. After a full aspect promotion, he himself was terrifyingly strong. How could such a him fail more than 300 times? Guwen gritted his teeth, choosing to commit 30 million years of lifespan. From 1 billion to 30 million, it wasn't that he was frightened. He just felt he was close to succeeding and didn't want to waste lifespan. However, all failed again. Guwen's eyes began to redden. He couldn't believe it. Another 30 million years. Dare to consume 500 million years. When Guwen's thoughts settled, he still failed. Another 30 million years. Failed. Just as Guwen was preparing to continue investing, the prompt finally changed its length. He succeeded. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 2,330,000,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation, and you endured the 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations. Tribulation succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 260 million years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 300 million years. Your cultivation level was enhanced for million years to not break through a minor realm. Is divine thought true immortal that exaggerated? Feeling spiritual energy flowing into his body, Guwen hurriedly continued to invest lifespan. Third layer. Fourth layer. He must reach the 9th layer to feel at ease. Eventually, he spent another 54 million years of lifespan and finally reached the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm. The mighty spiritual energy surged into his body, its scale far surpassing that when breaking through the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. Not only that, he found himself also absorbing the universal laws pervading the cosmos. He immediately closed his eyes to meticulously experience it. As he closed his eyes, the universal laws became clear, those laws falling and then vanishing into thin air, finally appearing imperceptibly inside the lifespan barrier. Soon, Guwen noticed a divine sense sweeping over from the silent destruction domain. It was the carefree primordial immortal. As time passed, the noise from the breakthrough grew louder, attracting more and more divine senses, with the lowest being at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. After 30 minutes, Guwen sensed the divine sense of a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Fortunately, those guys didn't dare show themselves yet, only daring to hide and use divine sense to spy. About half an ancient hour passed. Guwen suddenly sensed something, subconsciously opened his eyes, and then his eyes widened. He saw a pair of eyes appearing in the cosmic darkness, ordinary human race eyes, just like immortals, except the gaze was very detached. These eyes were large, with the stars and continents of the universe completely tiny like dust before them. Guwen felt as though he was being watched by the other, which made him feel uneasy. Could the lifespan barrier have been seen through? After a while, the pupils of those eyes finally shifted away. Guwen breathed a sigh of relief, daring to play such a dirty trick? Thinking I would be scared to jump out and beg for mercy? Unbearable. Just then, he finally succeeded in his breakthrough, and a stream of memories began flowing into his mind, all about divine thought true immortal. Divine thought true immortal. Divine sense transformed into divine thought, with immensely powerful thoughts that could kill enemies or cast spells through thought alone. True immortal, then, is a true immortal. His flesh and spirit underwent another transformation, and once completed, he would be an immortal conforming to the heavenly creation, not one just enhanced through cultivation. Guwen's consciousness immersed in the legacy memories, he saw many images. He could peer into the past lives of any beings that had a karmic connection with him, a very peculiar feeling. However, he couldn't see Ji Xiaoyu's past life. He could only start from where Ji Xiaoyu was born in this life. The most surprising thing for him was that he could even peek into the lives of beings with karmic ties established with Chu Lu and Shao Xingtian. If so, doesn't this prove that reincarnation evolution could really turn into reality? This led Guwen into endless conjecture. He was immersed in the karmic images, unable to extricate himself, not feeling the slightest discomfort but rather a kind of indescribable ease. Peering into karma, his mind was filled with countless images, yet it felt as exhilarating as Qi absorption cultivation, making him even more invigorated. By the time Guwen successfully broke through to the divine thought true immortal realm, he was still in those images. Cultivation continued to break through. From the first layer to the second layer. From the second layer to the third layer. Gradually, powerful beings began passing by this area, sweeping over the meteorite where he was located. Chapter 305. Absolute Order. After Guwen reached the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, The spiritual energy and rules within the universe that had been violently disturbed returned to tranquility. Looking around, powerful figures were darting in all directions, while the pair of eyes that had been spying on the universe had already disappeared. Guwen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Having seen so many lives, his Taoist heart had been elevated, and in the unknown reaches, he had even touched upon a Tao that belonged to himself. The Tao is long and profound, necessitating accumulation over lengthy eons. Currently, Guwen possessed only cultivation level. Wishing to strengthen his Tao, he needed to traverse real time in reality. Of course, this did not mean Guwen was weaker compared to others at the same realm. The Tao was merely the direction for his future cultivation. 9 heavens of immortal path, divine thought true immortal was already the 8th heaven. Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing unification, mystic heart, Mahayana, nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void mysterious immortal, divine thought true immortal. Unknowingly, Guwen had transcended so many major realms. He was only 220 years old now. His future achievements were limitless. What realm lies above the 9 heavens? Guwen fell into endless reverie, uncaring about the figures moving in various directions. Let alone other divine thought true immortals. Currently no Tao void mysterious immortal had appeared, likely hidden in the shadows. Considering the mysterious giant eye he had encountered before, he now recalled and still could not see through the opponent's cultivation level. Guwen looked at the consumption of the lifespan barrier and frowned. This breakthrough alone had consumed over 50 million years of lifespan. Now he had only 340 million years left. This breakthrough exhausting nearly 300 million years made it hard to imagine how many years the next breakthrough would require. Nevertheless, the cultivation of the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm was enough for him to protect himself. Guwen stood up, thinking of the scene inside the 3rd Medicine Valley Pavilion. Just as the thought arose, he returned indoors. This was the prowess of a divine thought true immortal. Thinking of a place, moving at will, he had already achieved the ability to be omnipresent to an initial extent. The whole heaven and earth appeared different to Guwen. He saw more rules, and the universe became clearer. He once again spied on the great heavenly spirit land, his divine sense far surpassing his previous divine perception, allowing him to penetrate the formations and restrictions of those great powers without being noticed. This great heaven and earth indeed harbored divine immortals of wondrous dharma. Though few in number, all were in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Guwen's gaze turned to the immortal spirit dynasty, which was located on a continent much larger than the one beneath his feet, with newborns starting at the nirvana realm. There, too, were divine immortals of wondrous dharma, even Tao void mysterious immortals as well as places too profound to probe. In his eyes, the standard for being unprovable was silence. His divine thought could forcefully intrude, but it would surely disturb the beings inside. This immortal spirit dynasty is strong. If it weren't for the Holy Court, it would not be difficult for this dynasty to unify the great heavenly spirit land. However, they seemed not to desire hegemony but were isolated from the world. Guwen saw no immortals coming in and out. He then turned his divine thoughts towards the Holy Court at the other end of heaven and earth. The baseline of the Holy Court was not as high as that of the immortal spirit dynasty, but the number of beings in the Holy Court was extremely large, incomparable to the immortal spirit dynasty, and the number of beings at the same realm was also greater than that of the immortal spirit dynasty. If the immortal spirit dynasty was taking an elite route, the Holy Court was developing in all aspects, and it held absolute control over the great heavenly spirit land. There were also places in the Holy Court that Guwen would not offend lightly, but after roughly spying around, Guwen felt that the Holy Court was still stronger than the immortal spirit dynasty. During his observation, Guwen saw the carefree primordial immortals moving in and out of the great heavenly spirit land in ways that beings could not perceive. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, after reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he had not acted recklessly, Otherwise, when the carefree primordial immortal arrived in front of him, he would not even have been aware. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guwen was better able to sense the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land, and of course, he also had his own confidence, not so fearful of the holy court. Guwen vaguely saw the chi fortune of the holy court forming an invisible passage, leading deep into the universe, entering the annihilation zone. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the annihilation zone. The universe was vast and boundless, and the annihilation zone was not just in one direction but surrounded the cosmic region where the great heavenly spirit land was located, although the great heavenly spirit land was closer to one side. Thus, the beings of the great heavenly spirit land who flew out mistook that the silent destruction domain was only in one direction. Even for a heaven and earth flying immortal, flying to the annihilation zone from another direction would take many years, enough to see how vast the universe is. Guwen retracted his divine thoughts, filled with emotion. This world was different from what he had anticipated. Due to the influence of past life culture, he felt that if there was the immortal path, there would be order, with immortals governing all things under heaven and reincarnation constraining yin-yang. Yet, in reality, there was none. There were realms of immortal path but no immortals governing the heavenly Tao. There were reincarnation and yin-yang, yet no order like that of the underworld. Now, having observed the universe, Guwen had only one feeling. It was chaos. There was no absolute order. Guwen thought that there might be an even vaster world on the other end of the universe, with the silent destruction domain impeding the steps of the beings of the great heavenly spirit land, especially since he had learned through reincarnation evolution about the existence of other great lands. Speaking of the dark great land alone, he felt that the dark great land was stronger and larger than the great heavenly spirit land. This was normal. Wuxia had mentioned that the current great heavenly spirit land was just a fragment. How vast the true great heavenly spirit land was hard to imagine. Guwen couldn't help but think of his juniors, his disciples. His pride faded along. Though a divine thought true immortal was indeed powerful, he had not yet reached a stage where he could command reincarnation. At least he could not make those around him immortal. He was planning to visit Yilan after some time to see if he could help extend her ultimate lifespan. Guwen raised his hand, tapping the desktop with a finger. This action was transmitting mana. He was enhancing the mana within the heaven-cutting axe while also strengthening the words, righteous path, on the heavenly repair platform. Since the prestige of Sword Venerable Fudao had already been established, he would just have to maintain it. At the end of summer, the weather was gradually cooling. In the woods, Guwen was guiding Yang Jian in his cultivation. Yang Jian wielded a trident and blade, his attacks swift and powerful, yet unable to harm Guwen, who with just 2 fingers could block all his attacks. This trident and blade were forged by order of Li Xiandao and had already been given to Yang Jian, but typically, inside Medicine Valley, Yang Jian would not bring out this divine weapon. The making of this divine weapon was similar to that of the heaven-cutting axe, weighing 1,000,000 jin, and it contained special restrictions inside that enhanced its strike force. Yang Jian grew more and more astonished in battle. He had gone all out, not to threaten his master, but under his master's suppression, even the force he swung could not damage the woods. At first glance, he seemed like a martial artist who was just faster and more forceful in his movements. Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the side watching. He was not surprised, feeling that it should be so. What he cared about was Yang Jian's state. This young man's aura was getting stronger, and he could not imagine what posture Yang Jian would have once he reached the Mahayana realm. Yang Jian leaped up, slashing down furiously. Guwen raised his right hand, pinning the blade between his fingers, preventing it from pressing downward, which made Yang Jian tremble. "All right, let's stop for today." Guwen spoke, his tone calm, thereafter setting Yang Jian down. Yang Jian sheathed his blade and hurriedly bowed, his heart uneasy, unsure if he had satisfied his master. His actual cultivation had reached the 7th layer of divinity transformation realm. Other than his own efforts, he received many elixirs from Guwen. As for cultivation speed, it quite satisfied Guwen. "Let's go back, a major figure is visiting today." Guwen revealed a smile, softly speaking. Yang Jian couldn't help but be curious. What major figure? They walked towards the outside of the woods. Along the way, Blood Prison Great Saint started to evaluate Yang Jian's battle, imparting practical fighting experience, and Yang Jian, knowing his true cultivation, listened very attentively. An ancient hour later, Guan was playing chess with Stealing the Five Elements, watched by Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, Xianxia, and a crowd of cultivators. Stealing the Five Elements was frowning deeply, hesitating to make a move. Just then, a sonorous voice echoed through Supreme Sect, reverberating across the continent. Holy Minister decrees, Sword Venerable Fudeo's merit in saving beings is notable, and he may enter the Holy Court to receive the Chief Fortune Fruit position. Upon these words, everyone in Medicine Valley looked up, and Guan also pretended to look. After a brief silence, uproars broke out in Medicine Valley. The Holy Court? A reward for Sword Venerable Fudao? What's the matter? What power is this Holy Court? What is Chief Fortune Fruit position? It sounds quite powerful. Who is this holy minister, daring to recruit Sword Venerable Fudao? Too arrogant. Most disciples felt dissatisfied with the Holy Court after hearing this, feeling that the Holy Court did not respect Sword Venerable Fudao. At least from these words, it seemed the Holy Court considered itself stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan could not help but shake his head in amusement. Recruit me? But this plot point somewhat resembles Journey to the West. Luckily, it's not recruiting me to be Horse's fortune. A disciple couldn't help but inquire about the background of the Holy Court from Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who did not conceal anything and began to introduce the Holy Court. Hearing that the Holy Court was the overlord of the entire world, the disciples' dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. Immediately after, they started to worry about Sword Venerable Fudao leaving. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, what would they do in case of another crisis in the future? Meanwhile, Guan sensed that the heaven and earth flying immortal who had transmitted the message had already stepped onto the heavenly repair platform. He immediately stood up to go watch the excitement. Inside the outer gate city, the crowd was buzzing. People on the heavenly repair platform were discussing the Holy Court, many also believing that the Holy Court was undervaluing Sword Venerable Fudao. A man in white walked among the crowd, his pace not quick, his long sleeves fluttering, his appearance handsome, holding a folding fan in his hand. He wore a smile on his face, his heart scornful. A group of mortals dares to question the Holy Court? The man in white was not angry, he would not bother with mortals over this, and since this was Sword Venerable Fudeo's territory, it would not be good to offend Sword Venerable Fudao. A great power capable of eradicating the Great Cold Demon sect was not someone he could provoke. After delivering the Holy Minister's message, he did not care whether Sword Venerable Fudao agreed or not. He now wanted to try out that heaven-cutting axe. Before coming to Supreme Sect, he had heard about the legend of the heaven-cutting axe while traveling in the Taizong dynasty. Chapter 306. I am Sword Venerable Fudao. The man in white walked for a while, slowly arriving in front of the heaven-cutting axe. Zuijian saw his extraordinary bearing and couldn't help but scrutinize him with curiosity. The man in white asked with a smile, I am Lu Xinyi, may I try my hand at the heaven-cutting axe? The creatures of this continent are too weak. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to receive the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fudao. If he could achieve that, it would also be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Leaving aside his identity, for him as a heaven and earth flying immortal, Great Cold Demon sect is certainly an immovable behemoth that he could easily sweep away. The man in white speculated that Sword Venerable Fudao might possess abilities comparable to a holy king. Go ahead, but you can only pull once per day, said Zuijian, neither haughty nor humble. Over the years, he had seen too many great cultivators, and the pride in his heart had also been growing. In his eyes, the honor of Sword Venerable Fudao was even higher than the prosperity of the Supreme Sect. The man in white nodded and turned his gaze to the heaven-cutting axe. At the same time, Guan stood among the crowd, watching the man in white from afar and sending out a life-span detection. Lu Xinyi, 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm 67980/50000/890000, an extreme lifespan of 890,000 years. It was unknown what realm he could reach in his lifetime. Guwen suspected that a certain realm might once again bring a transformation of extreme lifespan, but since his breakthroughs did not increase his lifespan, he was not clear about which realm would bring about such a transformation. Furthermore, in his view, the previous great realms all had the feeling of being reborn from the ashes. Under Guwen's watchful gaze, Lu Xinyi grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe and his expression changed slightly. The gaze of more and more onlookers fell upon them. Anyone looking at Lu Xinyi would think that he came from an extraordinary background. Lu Xinyi began to exert force, and for a moment, the heavenly repair platform trembled slightly, but the heaven-cutting axe did not budge an inch. Zui Yijian's look changed when he saw Lu Xinyi shake the heavenly repair platform. It indicated that Lu Xianxia's cultivation level was extremely profound. It was too normal to not be able to lift the heaven-cutting axe. After all, Sword Venerable Fudao was unmatched in the world. At least, in Zui Yijian's heart, Sword Venerable Fudao was invincible. Wait a minute. This guy's voice is very similar to the one who shouted just now. It's not just similar, it's the exact same voice, just quieter, and the oppressive feeling is also restrained. Having realized this, Zui Yijian's gaze towards Lu Xinyi was filled with hostility. How dare this scoundrel try to poach the Sword Venerable? Outrageous! The commotion caused by Lu Xinyi attracted the attention of everyone on the heavenly repair platform, but he didn't pull for too long. After a few breaths, he released his hand. He let out a long sigh, stepped back, and said with a smile, "Sword Venerable Fudao is indeed as reputed, I am impressed." After that, he raised his hand in salute to the heaven-cutting axe, then turned and left. The cultivators along the way made way for him, afraid of offending him. Just from the commotion earlier, they felt they were not in a position to provoke him. Guwen stood among the crowd and also gazed at Lu Xinyi. Soon, Lu Xinyi disappeared from the platform, prompting discussion among the cultivators there. Guwen then headed down the platform. Since he was here, he might as well take a stroll. Otherwise, stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord would suspect why he specifically came to watch Lu Xinyi. Of course, the most important reason was that Guwen did not want to play go with stealing the 5 elements. These guys were playing slower and slower games. Guwen certainly understood their malicious intentions. Indeed, at this moment, stealing the 5 elements was still claiming the last game was a draw. Although the others didn't believe it, stealing the 5 elements was dead set on it, and no one else wanted to pursue the matter further, as the cultivation levels were quite deterring. Guwen paid a visit to the Elixir Hall, where almost everyone recognized him, except for the disciples who had just started this year. His income from Medicine Valley was one of the highest in the entire Supreme Sect, not to mention he was also a core formation realm cultivator. Even having reached the divine thought true immortal realm, Guwen still liked to chat with others. As for the invitation from the Holy Court, he didn't want to pay it any mind. Going to the Holy Court was likely to cause trouble, and he certainly didn't want any of that. What if, in the process, he ended up making enemies with the Holy Court? Although Guwen had wiped out the Ephemera sect, the 7-star spirit realm, and the Great Cold Demon sect, he was inherently kind-hearted and peace-loving. Well, if it's possible to avoid making enemies, then it's better not to. Not until dusk did Guwen return to his valley, and by then, stealing the 5 elements had long since disappeared. In the days that followed, Guwen noticed that Lu Xinyi had no intention of leaving the Supreme Sect. Guwen couldn't help praying, hoping the man wouldn't enter his Medicine Valley. The 3rd Medicine Valley had already hidden too many monsters and devils. It couldn't house any more. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, under an old tree, Guwen held the 7 stars mirror, using it like a fan, relaxing blissfully. Sitting opposite him, Lu Xianxia's complexion was ugly, his hand holding the ghost stones, unable to make a move for a long time. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord sat aside, both revealing sincere smiles. A being in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm and still less than 70,000 years old was definitely a top-notch genius of the current era. Even stealing the 5 elements, who was also in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm, felt a dangerous aura from Lu Xinyi. After learning to play Go, Lu Xinyi was able to beat stealing the 5 elements on the same day. After losing the position of the second-best Go player in the world, stealing the 5 elements had always been displeased with Lu Xinyi. Today, he finally got to see Lu Xinyi get put in his place. Suddenly, Lu Xinyi raised his eyes to look at Guan and asked in a deep voice, "Impossible. Who exactly are you?" While Go is indeed exquisite, he felt that the reason the other party could win was because they anticipated his next move. This suggests what? That the opponent's deductive abilities were stronger than his own. His talent and comprehension might not be considered top-notch in the Holy Court, but he still believed he was a genius. He refused to believe that Guan's comprehension exceeded his own. There's only one possibility. This person is hiding their true cultivation level. After hearing this, Guan said with a proud smile, "I'll tell you, I am Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Do you believe that? Kid, you can't even recognize the immortal path supreme treasures in my hand and on my head, yet you aim to see through my cultivation level?" On hearing Guan's words, Lu Xinyi suddenly stood up and quickly bowed with clasped hands towards Guan, stealing the 5 elements. 9-Finger Divine Lord, and those around them, were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Xinyi looked up, confused. What was so funny about that? Weren't these people afraid of offending Sword Venerable Fu Dao? 9-Finger Divine Lord could not help but laugh and say, "Young brother, you can inquire around if you wish. This lad is only in his 200s, how could he possibly be Sword Venerable Fu Dao?" Sword Venerable Fu Dao became famous over 100 years ago. On hearing this, Lu Xinyi looked at Guan in disbelief. Now he naturally didn't believe that Guan was Sword Venerable Fu Dao. What can be accomplished in 200 years? With talent like his, he could at most cultivate to the mystic heart realm. What is a realm before nirvana worth? No different from ants. Even if they said Sword Venerable Fu Dao was 200 years old, he wouldn't believe it. Sword Venerable Fu Dao must definitely be an existence that transcends the carefree primordial immortal. Lu Xinyi stared at Guan, quite angry. Guan stood up and said, "Someone is looking for me, you guys continue playing." Having said that, he slipped away. Lu Xinyi watched his retreating figure, unable to let go for a long time. Luckily, this guy didn't harbor enmity toward Guan, otherwise, he would have been extinguished this evening. Stealing the 5 elements immediately took the seat that Guan had vacated and said, "Let's continue, I think I have figured out your game." Lu Xinyi took a deep breath and could only sit down. He knew that Guan, being the Valley Master, couldn't escape, and he refused to believe that he couldn't beat a mere mortal in a game. Guan was not using an excuse, someone was indeed looking for him. He waited at the base of his own attic. After a while, a figure flew into the valley. It was Xianxia. "Big brother, long time no see." Guan exclaimed with joy. Xianxia was as spirited as ever. He patted Guan on the shoulder and observed him closely, praising, "You learned to dress up, you have a bit of my aura. But your cultivation hasn't increased, you're disgracing me." Lu Xinyi, who was playing Go downstairs, heard this and immediately dismissed his doubts. Someone who could greet a junior cultivator of the Mahayana realm as a brother, could that be some profound master? It seems this lad's invention of Go really is based on unique insights. Guan took Xianxia upstairs to catch up. Once inside, Xianxia began to recount his experiences over the years. He too had dealt with divine exotic resentful ghosts and had a wealth of experiences. Guan listened intently, sometimes shocked, which pleased Xianxia. He liked chatting with this younger brother, so invigorating. Xianxia mentioned Liya and Hao, especially Hao, whose tone was filled with envy. He truly understood what an unmatched genius was. Compared to Hao, his own talent seemed mediocre. And he had also learned that Hao's master was Sword Venerable Fu Dao. What? His master is? No wonder, no wonder. Guan marveled. The attic was protected by Xianxia's restrictions, so they didn't worry about the disciples overhearing. As for the likes of stealing the 5 elements, even if they did hear, what of it? If they dared to plot against Hao, Guan wouldn't consider their friendship over Go. After Great Cold Demon sect withdrew, the sea became chaotic since quite a number of forces had escaped previously, freeing up a lot of maritime and land resources, and the Star Sea congregations are also vying with others over them, Xianxia reflected. Although many years had passed, bringing up that event still excited him. Sword Venerable Fudao truly gave the Supreme Sect glory. While Xianxia's heart lay with the Supreme Sect, he belonged to the Star Sea congregations. The two thus chatted passionately. Meanwhile, after stealing the 5 elements, Lu Xini stood up and left, ignoring stealing the 5 elements requests for another match. He wandered around the valley, and his attention was captured by Xianxia. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect, huh? Lu Xini seemed to have an idea, but he quickly shifted his gaze, with no intention of approaching Xianxia. He observed everyone in the valley. This medicine valley was too peculiar. The inhabitants were either terrifyingly weak or concealed immortals, with an enormous disparity. Suddenly, his gaze was again drawn to one person, and this time, his eyes latched on. Following his line of sight, it was Yang Jian who was weeding. Due to the vast gulf in their cultivation, Yang Jian, who had his back to Lu Xini, did not detect anything unusual. Until a voice came from behind him, "What is your name?" Yang Jian subconsciously stood up and turned around. He had seen Lu Xini from a distance before and knew that the other party had an important status and was not a simple cultivator. "My name is Yang Jian. May I know what matter brings you here, senior?" Yang Jian bowed with clasped hands, striking a balance between respect and not coming across as obsequious. Yang Jian. Lu Xini mused, recalling having heard this name before. It was mentioned by 2 Supreme Sect disciples in conversation, with one claiming that true Lord Erlang Yang Jian was more formidable than the great sage equaling heaven. The two even quarreled about it in the end. Chapter 307. Millennium Summit. Yang Jian knew from Lu Xianxia's expression that he had heard of Journey to the West, but hadn't read it, plus his demeanor suggested he most likely came from overseas. He immediately took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xini. "This is my favorite book, the most extraordinary book ever, a gift for you, my elder." Upon hearing this, Lu Xini quickly reached out to accept it, even bowing gratefully, which made Yang Jian feel vigilant. What's going on? Did this fellow realize he was concealing his cultivation level? Seeing the change in Yang Jian's eyes, Lu Xini spoke. "Thanks, I'll go read this book now since I have nothing else to do." With that he turned and left. Yang Jian watched him walk away, thought for a moment, and continued weeding. It wasn't until the evening that Xianxia finally left. Guwen looked at the book on the table, his face full of anticipation. The latest Green Hero travelogue. Xianxia truly was a saint in his eyes. Despite the chaos in recent years, that youngster still managed to write a book. You should know the Green Hero travelogue is adapted from real experiences and focuses on romantic plots, implying that these years Xianxia had incurred more romantic debts. Guwen took a deep breath and then picked up the Green Hero travelogue with both hands. The moon outside the window was full, and the valley was filled with the continuous sound of insects, making the atmosphere more enjoyable for reading. It wasn't just him reading in the valley, Lu Xini was also in his guest room reading. Lu Xini held Journey to the West in one hand, his brow furrowed, and his other hand was calculating something. 7 days later, Guwen rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley to pick medicinal herbs. Only Luo Hun, Lv Xian, and 3 monkey demons were there. Yi Luyun, Ji Rualai, and Li Lingtian hadn't returned. Above the clouds, Lu Xini looked down at Tianya Valley, his brow tightly knit. Listening to the exchange between Guwen and Luo Hun, he finally let down his guard. This youngster providing the Supreme Sect with grass and serving the dynasty as a laborer, with hardly a grand background, was exactly why he was so humble. Lu Xini turned and left, planning to visit the Supreme Sect. He had heard that investiture of the gods could be linked with Journey to the West, and he wanted to see what investiture of the gods was about. As Guwen continued weeding, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Beside him, Luo Hun continued asking, "What have you considered?" "Let's not, I really don't want to leave the Supreme Sect. Thank the Emperor and the Crown Prince for their kindness on my behalf, but I won't be going to the Imperial City," Guwen replied. Luo Hun smiled and said, The Crown Prince always talks about defeating Yang Jian. He's been cultivating hard these years. He even received pointers from a great cultivator from the ocean. You better prepare Yang Jian. Guan nodded. Sure, old Luo, you've aged. Aged? Why would you say that? You've become more and more long-winded. You used to talk less when you borrowed the Green Hero Travelogue. You dare mention that, without a new volume of Green Hero Travelogue, the supreme secret records you asked me to find still haven't appeared. Read more of the Journey to the West and cultivate your mind. Guan kept weeding while bantering with Luo Hun. Days continued to pass. Autumn left and winter arrived. Snow began to fly. One day, while reading in the 8 scenic caves, Guan suddenly sensed something and immediately took out a green jade, the mortal jade of the mortal world peak, a symbol of a peak master and also a magic artifact. He sent his divine thought into it and soon learned that the Millennium Peak meeting was about to start. He thought for a moment, stood up, and disappeared from the spot. The mortal jade had a directional guide inside, but Guan didn't need it. He had already found the location of Mortal World Peak. Mortal World Peak was very distant from the Supreme Sect, situated over an ocean covered in thick fog. There were no islands or continents, only towering peaks rising straight from the ocean floor into the clouds. Guan appeared at the edge of Mortal World Peak and then proceeded forward through the clouds. It wasn't long before he saw the figures of cultivators, more and more of them all heading in the same direction. Guan didn't speed up, flying at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery along the way. He was considering, now as a peak master, whether to plant medicinal herbs on his own peak. Arriving at Mortal World Peak, he couldn't rely entirely on picking his own herbs, as that would be too suspicious. After all, here he was a heaven and earth flying immortal. Taoist friend, please wait. A voice came from behind, and Guan stopped and turned to look. He saw 2 cultivators approaching on swords, a man and a woman, both at the Nirvana realm. Guan performed a lifespan detection. The man was named Su Ruahai and the woman Su Shi. Their ultimate lifespans were not outstanding, but also not mediocre. The 2 approached Guan, and Su Ruahai took the initiative to raise his hand in greeting. I am Su Ruahai. This is my sister, Su Shi. May I ask for your honored name, Taoist friend? Guan returned the greeting. I am Meng Lang. May I know what brings the 2 of you here? Su Ruahai smiled. Taoist friend, are you also here to pay respects at Mortal World Peak? We are siblings too. Why don't we keep each other company? Although he couldn't see through Guan's cultivation level, Guan didn't appear dangerous to him and he observed Guan flying leisurely, looking around as if it were his first visit. Su Shi, examining Guan, quickly averted her gaze when Guan looked at her, her earlobes turning slightly red. Interesting, embarrassed after living over 8,000 years? Guan thought to himself and then nodded. Su Ruahai became even more enthusiastic, and the 3 chatted as they flew. Guan asked them about their understanding of Mortal World Peak, reassuring Su Ruahai that it was indeed Guan's first visit. Su Shi didn't talk much, mostly Su Ruahai spoke, with her occasionally interjecting. Through them, Guan gained a clearer understanding of Mortal World Peak. At the same time, he thought about the siblings he had met towards the end of Xianxia's life, recalling their adventures, which made him feel somewhat regretful and endearing Su Ruahai and Su Shi to him. An hour later, the 3 passed through dense fog, and their eyes were drawn to a gigantic peak ahead, an incredibly majestic peak even larger than any they had encountered along the way. Its diameter at the base was at least 1,000 miles, shooting straight into the sky, its top invisible. The surface of this mountain was densely wooded, full of vitality, and cultivators from all directions were flying toward this mountain. Upon arriving here, the surroundings became noisy, with roars of demon pets and mounts in the distance. Su Ruahai looked up, feeling moved, truly worthy of Mortal World Peak, one of the oldest schools in the world. I've wanted to join Mortal World Peak since I was young. I wonder if it'll pass smoothly. Guan laughed. With your cultivation level, you should be fine, no need to worry. Su Ruahai laughed bitterly. Brother Meng, you don't understand the requirements of Mortal World Peak for aptitude. Ha ha, Taoist friend Meng, you finally arrived. A hearty laugh interrupted Su Ruahai. Guan knew without looking up that it was Wuxia who had come. He had intentionally leaked a hint of heaven and earth flying immortal aura earlier. Su Ruohai and Su Shi might not have noticed, but Wuxia, who had been waiting for him, picked it up quickly. Wuxia descended from the sky, grabbing Guan's hand, eager to move on. If you hadn't come, your position as peak master would have been taken. Wuxia huffed. Guan quickly said, I'd like to bring them along. Wuxia glanced at Su Ruohai and Su Shi, nodding slightly. Su Ruohai and Su Shi were stunned. Peak master's position? Had they heard right? Chapter 308. Unable to contact Guan saw that Su Ruohai and his sibling were still in a daze, so he immediately rolled up his sleeves, took them into his palm, and followed Wuxia to fly upwards. That scene caused Wuxia to raise an eyebrow and laugh. Taoist friend Meng, you have impressive divine skills. In the eyes of Su Ruohai and his sibling, it was not that they had become smaller, but Guan and Su Ruohai had become gigantic, a visual impact so shocking that it left the siblings speechless and wide-eyed. Listening to Guan and Wuxia chatting and laughing, Su Shi came back to her senses and looked at Su Ruohai, asking carefully, Brother, just now the senior mentioned Meng Dao, is he a peak master? She naturally knew what being a peak master meant. In Mortal World Peak, a peak master wielded immense power and symbolized the status of a strong individual, someone of legendary status. Turbulent waves rose in Su Ruohai's heart as he tried to maintain his composure, slightly nodding his head without making a sound. He carefully recalled the previous interactions and realized he hadn't offended the other party, who had even comforted him about successfully entering Mortal World Peak. A light shone in Su Ruohai's eyes, his heart beginning to race with excitement, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. At the same time, Wuxia began to explain the situation of the Millennium Summit. Although it was called the Millennium Summit, it was not actually fixed at an interval of 10,000 years. It had been 20,000 years since the last summit, and Wuxia, having returned rarely, discussed holding it with the other peak masters. The opening of the Millennium Summit would not only recruit new disciples but also invite other friendly forces. Before the opening of the Millennium Summit, Wuxia would take Guan to choose an unclaimed divine peak. Mortal World Peak had many peaks, divided by rank from low to high: Sea Peak, Immortal Peak, Divine Peak, and Main Peak, the latter being the highest level with only one. There were 25 divine peaks, and the hard standard for a master of a divine peak was the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Guan was curious, how could there be a shortage of divine peak masters? Wuxia replied that many heaven and earth flying immortals wanted to adventure beyond the outer heaven, so they would make room if they wanted to leave. After hearing this, Guan didn't react too strongly, making Wuxia sigh in relief. It looked like he had successfully bluffed Guan. He had made outer heaven seem so dangerous because he wanted Guan to stay in the great heavenly spirit land. Besides, someone like Guan, who had no powerful backing and could cultivate to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm in solitude, was undoubtedly an unimaginable talent. Even without going to outer heaven, he could still advance. The two kept flying upwards until the azure sky vanished, replaced by the dazzling starry sky. Su Ruohai and Su Shi, standing in the palm of Guan's hand, looked up, immersed in the vastness of the universe. Guan followed Wuxia into a grand hall, placing Su Ruohai and Su Shi on the ground, asking them to follow behind him. The grand hall was spacious, with giant, majestic statues lined up on both sides, and the ceiling was engraved with various grand scenes. Su Ruohai and Su Shi proceeded cautiously, not daring to make a sound, staying close behind Guan. Moving forward, Guan saw 25 bluish-purple crystal columns, with the power of rules surging within, containing countless restrictions. It seemed that Mortal World Peak might be hiding a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Even a carefree primordial immortal would find it difficult to construct such crystal columns. Wuxia stopped walking and pointed to two adjacent crystal columns. These two divine peaks are open for choice, known as Chengtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. He began to introduce Chengtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. Chengtian Peak had over 1 million disciples, and its height was moderate since it had a long history, so the disciples' cultivation levels were generally strong. The height of Dingtian Peak was second among the divine peaks. Because it had experienced internal strife, there was a gap in the disciples' cultivation, with most of them below the level of loose immortals, and resources were also scarce, with many areas left idle. Currently, the number of disciples on Dingtian Peak was just over 200,000. Guan immediately spoke up, "Then Dingnan Peak it shall be. I will see to its improvement and contribute to Mortal World Peak." Upon hearing this, Bai Zia looked at Guan with newfound respect. Afterward, Bai Zia asked Guan to bring out the mortal jade and place it on the crystal column. Having done all this, they proceeded to other palaces for a tedious process to unlock Guan's rights on Dingtian Peak. Su Ruhai and Su Shi also registered in the process, becoming disciples of Dingtian Peak. An hour later, Bai Zia took Guan and the siblings to Dingtian Peak, then left. He didn't support Guan's position. Jokingly, did a heaven and earth flying immortal even need someone to stand up for them? Who would dare to stir up trouble? That would be courting death. In Mortal World Peak, disciples were not allowed to defile the Peak Master. Su Ruhai and Su Shi looked with excitement at the majestic Dingtian Peak. Guan looked at them and asked with a smile, "From now on, how should you address me?" Su Ruhai quickly bowed and offered his respects. "This disciple, Su Ruhai, greets Master." Su Shi recovered her senses and followed suit, greeting him as Master. Guan smiled, then revealed the aura of the heaven and earth flying immortal, enveloping Dingtian Peak. Only at this moment did Su Ruhai and his sibling truly feel the strength of Guan. The three flew to the summit. Shortly after, 9 wandering immortals came to greet them. Guan, without a second word, displayed his mortal jade. The 9 wandering immortals showed delight and paid their respects, referring to Guan as Master respectfully. Guan threw a lifespan detection at them. Their lifespans were healthy, able to work for him for many years. The eldest disciple of Dingtian Peak was named Zhu Xinglan, possessing the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm cultivation, seemingly only a step away from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, but it was an insurmountable gap for most wandering immortals. Guan dismissed the other disciples and had Zhu Xinglan accompany him alone, while he already had someone arrange the Su siblings. Zhu Xinglan was refined in appearance, looking to be in his 40s, dressed in a green robe, with a black and white beard, his demeanor calm and imposing as he stroked his beard. Guan asked him to give him a tour around Dingtian Peak. Before long, 2 hours had passed. After settling into his new residence, Guan prepared to leave. Before departing, he gave Zhu Xinglan a large amount of crystal stones to buy medicinal herbs to cultivate on Dingtian Peak, making Zhu Xinglan extremely excited, feeling the arrival of a magnificent peak master. Returning to 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan transformed from the high and mighty peak master of Mortal World Peak to an ordinary valley master of Supreme Sect. In the evening, Guan found stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord, who were still playing chess, truly a waste of time. Guan curiously asked, "Where did Xianxia go?" 9-finger Divine Lord casually responded, "I heard he went to the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak. He just left not long ago." Mortal World Peak? Inchim, an ancient Qi fortune sect. Don't bother poking your nose into it. You won't encounter it in this lifetime. It's a sect much more powerful than the Great Cold Demon sect. 9-finger Divine Lord casually replied, prompting Guan to stare at him, then he turned and walked away. Stealing the 5 elements then said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. If he could invent this game, I think he might encounter great opportunities in the future. Who knows? You are so powerful, yet I haven't seen you help him." 9-finger Divine Lord replied, and although he had grown familiar with Guan, he had no intention of changing Guan's destiny. With Guan's talent, even if he was taken to a great sect, it might not be for the best. At least here, Guan could live effortlessly, live happily. Guan, hearing their conversation, thought to himself with a hint of amusement. "If I revealed my realm, you might have never even heard of it." Guan hummed and went to chat with Ji Xiaoyu. With some time left before the Millennium Summit, Guan was in no rush to head there. Days later, Guan came to Immortal Seeking Island and made his final deal with the island master. Henceforth, Immortal Seeking Island would belong to him. Due to the calamity brought by the Great Cold Demon Sect, the forces behind the island master had already withdrawn, not willing to look back, and could only sell it off to gain as much as possible. Before leaving, the island master said to Guin, "You had better have your backing force send a wandering immortal here, otherwise, you won't be able to keep order." Guin nodded with a smile. After the island master and his people had left, Guin turned to Hu Shaojian and said with a smile, "From now on, Immortal Seeking Island is mine, and I won't treat you unfairly." Hu Shaojian immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground in excitement. Afterward, Guin summoned the elders of Sea Protection Mansion, briefly instructed them, and upon hearing that Guin would arrange for a wandering immortal to come later, all the elders' expressions became respectful, no longer daring to underestimate him. Guin wasn't just boasting. There were wandering immortals on Dingtian Peak, and he could easily arrange for one. After all, he was using the identity of Meng Lang on Immortal Seeking Island. Time flew swiftly by. Until the Spring Festival had passed, the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak was finally about to begin. Above the sea of clouds, Holy Mother of Western Spirit stood on a lotus throne, moving swiftly, with Lu Lingjun standing beside her, and a small snake lying on her shoulder, the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her. Lu Lingjun's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the peaks through the clouds, feeling as though she was witnessing the immortal realm of mortals. The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue curiously and asked, "How does Mortal World Peak compare to the Great Cold Demon Sect in terms of strength?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but look toward Holy Mother of Western Spirit, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She could not forget the sight of the Great Cold Demon Sect surrounding the continent. At that time, it felt like the Great Cold Demon Sect was invincible. In terms of historical heritage, Mortal World Peak is stronger, and Mortal World Peak also has considerable power within the Holy Court. Even we, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, cannot compare, Holy Mother of Western Spirit replied, her face calm. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor could feel the might of Mortal World Peak even more. Holy Mother of Western Spirit continued speaking of Mortal World Peak's past. While listening, Lu Lingjun gazed into the distance, her anticipation for the upcoming Millennium Summit growing. Passing through layers of clouds, they observed the peaks along the way, their eyes never resting. Gradually, more figures of cultivators appeared in their view, all invited monks or demons from great sects, each with extraordinary presence. Neither Lu Lingjun nor the White Spirit Demon Emperor had reached the Mahayana realm, yet the cultivators and demons they encountered along the way were much stronger than them, causing an instinctive feeling of nervousness and discomfort. But they were ascenders, certainly not cowards. Ambition grew within them. One day, they too would arrive invited, rather than relying on others. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but think of Guin, the young man who had written the Immortal God book. If he could see this spectacle, would certainly be inspired even more. Too bad, with Gu An's talent and temperament, he probably would never reach such a place in his lifetime. Chapter 309. The Invincible Heavenly Demon Great Emperor at the summit of Mortal World Peak. In a courtyard at the mountain's top, Guin gathered with a group of heaven and earth flying immortals. Everyone present was either a peak master or main peak elder of Mortal World Peak. The courtyard was simple and not very expansive, filled with various flowers and trees, and the faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Guin was exchanging pleasantries with everyone. No matter how high one's realm might be, social interaction is inevitable. Guin did not resist it. After all, he intended to stay at Mortal World Peak for the long term. This place was destined to become an important source of lifespan for him. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious, with no apparent scheming or rivalry in sight. The master of the main peak, just as Guin had guessed, was none other than a carefree primordial immortal, and not of a low realm at that. Eternal Taoist Lord, Carefree Primordial Immortal Level 6267907/78000/1500000, a maximum lifespan of 1,500,000 years. Exceeding Shinzin's 999,999 years suggested reaching the carefree primordial immortal realm heralded a transformation in the limit of one's lifespan. With just level 6 of carefree immortal achieving 780,000 years of lifespan, the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma must certainly surpass 1 million years, and the higher Tao void mysterious immortals would have lifespans of several million years, or even more. Guwen was unable to even estimate how long the divine thought true immortals had lived. They were ancient beings to him. Compared with them, Guwen was like an infant. After rotating through interactions with each person, Guwen became a listener. The Millennial Peak meeting would host a banquet to exchange insights with the higher echelons of various sects and also conduct peak combat competitions. The first aim was to promote healthy internal competition, and the second was to demonstrate Mortal World Peak's strength to the world. As for recruiting disciples, that was just a side matter. With Mortal World Peak's current foundations, they hardly cared about the number of new disciples. After a while, the high-level meeting of Mortal World Peak adjourned, and Guwen flew off alone toward Dingtian Peak. He spread his divine thought and already caught sight of Lu Lingjun and Xianxia. Xianxia was not a concern, for with his 9th layer wandering immortal realm cultivation, he was treated well wherever he went. However, Lu Lingjun, who was only at the mystic heart realm, couldn't enjoy the same treatment. Without the Holy Mother of Western Spirit accompanying her, Lu Lingjun had to stay inside her temporary residence. She was living atop a mountain peak with a broad view. Many cultivators and demons who passed by cast surprised glances at her, which made the color of her cheeks unpleasant. Guwen glanced at the situation briefly before taking his gaze back, not taking much interest in it. Upon returning to Dingtian Peak, Guwen wandered around leisurely as no disciples recognized him along the way. There were many winding mountain paths on Dingtian Peak. Along the way, he saw courtyards of disciples, some growing flowers and plants, some with empty yards, and others raising demon beasts and insects, providing an entertaining stroll for him. Dingtian Peak had several mountain cities, akin to the fortresses of the Supreme Sect, where nearly anything one wished for could be purchased, except that these cities weren't as crowded as those of the Supreme Sect. As Guwen passed by a mountain city, a voice reached him, its tone filled with surprise. "Master!" Guwen turned his head to see Su Shi approaching briskly. Upon seeing Guwen, her ears reddened and she shyly lowered her head, reminding Guwen of an Exen. But an Exen was not shy, she was gentle. Guwen smiled and asked, "Where's your brother? Why are you here alone?" Su Shi, still keeping her head down and holding her sleeves, softly answered, "He went to Debating Peak. He wants to see if he can meet any acquaintances or clansmen." Debating Peak was specially prepared for receiving Mortal World Peak's guests, and the current Millennial Peak meeting had brought the quiet Debating Peak to life. Guwen, seeing her in this state, smiled broader. He then took out a secret book and handed it to Su Shi, saying, "Meeting is destiny. Consider this spell book a welcome gift. You may pass it on to Su Ruahai as well." Su Shi looked up, instinctively stepping back and waved her hand, saying, "If not for Master, we might not have been able to join Mortal World Peak. How can we accept another spell book? We will train diligently and earn spell books with our efforts." Guwen gave her a stern look and said, "Then what kind of master am I? Take it." Su Shi had no choice but to accept. Seeing her at a loss, Guwen then chuckled and said, "If you feel bad, how about doing me a favor? Have you been busy lately?" Su Shi quickly shook her head, replying, not busy at all. Go to Debating Peak, to the dwelling of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Look for a person named Lu Lingjun. Keep her company wherever she wants to go these days. If she asks, just say it's arranged by your master. Do not reveal my name. If she has any requests that you can fulfill, help her out. Your master won't let you suffer for it," Guwen instructed, then raised his hand to project the image of Lu Lingjun into Su Zai's mind. Su Shi hesitated for a moment before accepting the task. With a wave from Guwen, she bowed respectfully and took her leave. Watching Su Shi leave, Guwen smiled to himself. Arranging this was partly to help Lu Lingjun broaden her horizons, and also to train Su Shi a bit. This had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. Guan continued his descent down the mountain, enjoying the scenery along the way. In the courtyard, Lu Lingjun sat in front of a stone table, idly flipping through a book. Beside her, the white spirit demon emperor lay sprawled across the table. A figure descended from the sky, and Lu Lingjun instinctively looked up, then rose to her feet. Lu Lingjun? She asked. Lu Lingjun subconsciously nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. She was wearing the Taoist robe of Mortal World Peak, her face beautiful, her posture dignified, and exuding an aura of immortality. In her presence, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but feel intimidated. The difference between them was like that between immortals and mortals. Although she was shy in front of Guan, she was at ease facing Lu Lingjun. Precisely because of this serenity, the aura of Nirvana realm manifested, overwhelming Lu Lingjun of the mystic realm with pressure. Lu Lingjun's mind raced, wondering if she had offended someone. My master sent me to you. Do you have any places you'd like to go? I can accompany you. If you have any needs, you can ask me, until the end of the Millennial Peak meeting, She continued. She was puzzled inwardly about why her master would take care of such a minor cultivator. She then thought, weren't she and her brothers similar to this girl in her master's eyes? Perhaps this girl had also met her master on the road and caught his eye. May I ask who is the master of Senior? Lu Lingjun asked cautiously. She responded, my master is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. The Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. As an ascender, Lu Lingjun couldn't keep her composure at this revelation, and the white spirit demon emperor's eyes widened as well. Having been told by the Holy Mother of Western Spirit that the Peak Masters of Mortal World Peak were extraordinary beings, especially those of divine peaks, of which Dingtian Peak was one, Lu Lingjun couldn't fathom how such an exalted being would know of her. For a moment, Lu Lingjun felt nervous and unsettled. At dusk, Guan returned to Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaoyu came to greet him, curiously asking, where have you been these past 2 days? Guan replied, a Taoist friend of mine is hosting a banquet, and I have to attend as a guest. Ji Xiaoyu nodded, then said, I had another dream while cultivating today. Shall we talk about it? I don't want to get involved with your great karma. Guan thought helplessly, but he immediately said aloud, of course, no problem. They both ascended to the upper floor. After Ji Xiaoyu set up restrictions, only then did she sit down at the desk, frowning slightly as she said, I dreamed that I was in a dimly lit space surrounded by stars, some of them immensely vast. I was surrounded by many demons and fighting outer heaven. Having never been to outer heaven, the mortal spirits of this world couldn't imagine what it looked like, so Ji Xiaoyu could only describe it as a dimly lit space. Listening attentively, Guan quickly determined that Ji Xiaoyu's dream involved heavenly demons. Had she been to the silent destruction domain in a past life? He wasn't surprised. He had known for a long time that Ji Xiaoyu was no ordinary person. What puzzled him was not only that Ji Xiaoyu's previous lifetimes had battled with the heavenly demon army, but she also mentioned a terrifying being. This being commanded the heavenly demons. He said that no matter how many times I reincarnate, he would be waiting for me to challenge him. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, the memory of the fierce battles in her dreams causing her to grip the teacup in her hands tightly. After a moment of thought, Guan comforted her, don't worry, you won't be able to challenge him for many years, maybe not even in this lifetime. Anyway, I can't imagine how to slash a star so large with a single sword stroke. Although his words were a bit harsh, they indeed comforted Ji Xiaoyu. Just then, a voice came, that is the heavenly demon emperor, who once single-handedly suppressed the great heavenly spirit land. The voice of stealing the 5 elements. As he spoke, he appeared out of nowhere inside the room. Ji Xiaoyu frowned but did not speak out. The identity of Reincarnation Path Emperor was revealed to them by stealing the 5 elements, so Guan did not stop him from entering. Suppressed the great heavenly spirit land? How strong must that be? Guan cautiously asked. With a grave expression, stealing the 5 elements replied, very strong, unimaginably so. Even the Reincarnation Path Emperor once mentioned to me that her destiny was to challenge the heavenly demon emperor, but she soon reincarnated, and her fate entered the cycle of reincarnation. Guwen pressed on. You mean the heavenly demon emperor won't attack our realm actively? Correct. The establishment of the Holy Court has kept the heavenly demon's ravages at bay. As long as the Tao level of Xianxia remains intact, there's no way for the heavenly demon emperor to reach us. The being behind me has also been to the land of the heavenly demons and was cursed as a result. It's a place of utter horror, beyond my comprehension. However, seeing her growth rate in this life, it will be hard to encounter heavenly demons without 30,000 years, said Stealing the Five Elements, casting a glance at Ji Xiaoyu. Guwen did not speak further, but adopted a shocked expression. It was entirely normal for a mortal to be shocked upon hearing of the existence of heavenly demons, or so Stealing the Five Elements thought Guwen should seem. After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu returned to calm. Stealing the Five Elements continued to describe the might of the heavenly demons. A good while later he left. The room fell silent. Guwen sighed and said, he said that not even the sword Venerable Fudao could defeat the heavenly demon emperor. This is a good thing, at least you don't have to worry for now. Looking at him, Ji Xiaoyu's gaze was serene as she said, I had hoped to lead a peaceful life and pass away peacefully, but after what he said, I suddenly don't want to die. I want to cultivate to the level where I can meet that heavenly demon emperor. Taken aback, Guwen replied, having a larger goal is certainly a good thing. Ji Xiaoyu rose from her seat and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she turned her head back and said, why don't you give up either? I've dreamed of many people. Some started from nothing and ended up shining brilliantly. If you could be by my side to fight the heavenly demon emperor, wouldn't that be wonderful? With that, she turned her head and pushed the door to leave. Chapter 310 Why don't you give your place to me, heavenly demon great emperor? Guwen looked at the moon outside the window, his lips curving into a smile. If Ji Xiaoyu really could achieve it, according to Stealing the Five Elements, she would need to cultivate for 30,000 years. 30,000 years. I wouldn't even know how terrifying I would become by then. The mere heavenly demon great emperor, easily squashed. By then, he'll pretend to be weaker than Ji Xiaoyu, let her fight strenuously, and step in when she almost can't hold on. The thought is quite exhilarating. Guwen even laughed at the thought, choosing not to get up and close the door but instead pulling out a book to read. The Millennium Peak Conference had begun with cultivators of various ranks competing near the debating peak, making it a lively place. During these days, with Su Zai's company, Lu Lingjun explored Mortal World Peak, greatly broadening his horizons, and their relationship had also grown closer, though Lu Lingjun still addressed Su Shi as his senior. The competitions between peaks continued for half a month, with Gu Enis Dingtian Peak ranking third from last among the Divine Peaks, which he didn't feel too strongly about since the disciples of Dingtian Peak were used to it. That day, the grand banquet of the Millennium Peak Conference began, with tables set up all around the debating peak. Guwen then attended the banquet under the starlit sky, the banquet located above a sea of clouds equipped with a powerful formation, only accessible to those at least in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Xianxia of the wandering immortal realm couldn't participate, which actually relieved Guwen. If Xianxia had come, he wouldn't have attended. There were hundreds of heaven and earth flying immortals and over 10 carefree primordial immortals at the cloud banquet, with Guwen standing beside Zia listening to him introduce the guests. The participating forces numbered over 20, including even cultivators from the Holy Court. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Guwen was enjoying the feast. The exquisite delicacies here were truly exceptional, with just one bite enough to save mortals decades of hard cultivation. With Zia's help, Guwen got acquainted with quite a few heaven and earth flying immortals. An ancient hour later, a carefree primordial immortal suddenly walked to the middle of the cloud banquet, laughing as he spoke. Taoist Lord, I wish to join Mortal World Peak, may I ask if that's permissible? Upon these words, everyone turned to look at him. The peak master of Mortal World Peak's main peak, Everlasting Taoist Lord, looked towards him and laughed. Mo Hen, although you've left the great cold demon sect for tens of thousands of years, can you really sever all ties given your sect's current crisis? Other carefree primordial immortals followed with light jabs at Mo Hen. Mentioning the Great Cold Demon sect invariably brought up Sword Venerable Fudao, but Mo Hen wasn't upset. He looked at Everlasting Taoist Lord and cheerfully said, "I've long severed those ties. It's normal for that group of useless people to be annihilated. Don't provoke me, Sword Venerable Fudao isn't someone I can afford to antagonize. I advise you all to speak well and avoid substantial karmic retribution." Hearing this, other carefree primordial immortals stopped making fun of him. Even they did so, not to mention the heaven and earth flying immortals. Though all were present at the banquet, the division of hierarchy was clear, and heaven and earth flying immortals were definitely not the protagonists. Everlasting Taoist Lord pondered and said, "The position of the Peak Master of Chengtian Peak is still vacant. Would you accept that?" Mo Hen shook his head and said, "I set my sights on Dingan Peak." He then turned and looked towards Guwen in the crowd, smiling. "Dingan Peak's Peak Master, how about you cede your position to me?" All eyes were now on Guwen. Before Guwen could speak, Bai Zia angrily said, "What do you mean by this? Bullying the weak?" Guwen looked at Bai Zia, not expecting him to be so aggressive. He's got quite the backing. Mo Hen wasn't upset and chuckled. There was internal strife on Dingtian Peak back then, and a good friend of mine died there. I'm just being nostalgic. Yet his tone obviously left no room for negotiation. Suddenly, the banquet fell silent. Bai Zia looked towards Everlasting Taoist Lord. Carefree primordial immortals seemed amused by the situation, while the heaven and earth flying immortals looked at Guwen sympathetically. They all knew Guwen had just become the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak, and now, just days later, he was being asked to vacate his position, which must be hard to accept. Guwen remained silent, while everyone thought he was weighing his options. In reality, he was feeling sentimental. "My ties with the Great Cold Demon sect are truly cursed. Is this to continue the karma? To make me completely annihilate the Great Cold Demon sect?" Guwen felt no pressure, being the strongest person present with a cultivation level 2 major realms higher than anyone else. What was there to fear? He wanted to see the attitude of Everlasting Taoist Lord. If Everlasting Taoist Lord didn't defend him, then there was no reason to stay in Mortal World Peak. As for Mo Hen, a bad ending was inevitable. Everlasting Taoist Lord slowly said, "That won't do, choose another one." His tone was unquestionable and very firm, giving the great cultivators of Mortal World Peak a sense of backbone. Regardless, Mo Hen was an outsider, and although the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal was important, it didn't give him the right to do whatever he pleased. If Meng Lang were kicked out today, tomorrow it could be any of them. Mo Hen shook his head. "Don't be hasty, what if this young friend agrees?" The term young friend was filled with disdain. His gaze turned to Guwen. "Young friend, if you cede your position to me, I won't let you suffer losses. You can ask for anything." Guwen replied, "Thanks for your kind offer, senior, but no need. I'm not the type who likes to change nests." Everyone's expression changed slightly, none expecting Guwen to defy Mo Hen, Everlasting Taoist Lord included. At this level of cultivation, recklessness was impossible unless facing a lower-level cultivator. Mo Hen's smile disappeared instantly, his face darkening as he said, "I can give Taoist Lord face, but have you considered the consequences of offending me?" Everlasting Taoist Lord frowned, appearing suddenly in front of Guwen, looked at Mo Hen and said coldly, "Taoist friend, you are going too far." Mo Hen stared at Guwen with a cruel smile, blatantly threatening him. Mo Hen harbors hostility towards you, despising you deeply. Would you like to conduct a lifespan detection on him? This constitutes deep hatred? Typical of a demon cultivator, heartless and ruthless. Sigh. Guwen sighed deeply, attracting everyone's attention. He walked past Everlasting Taoist Lord towards Mo Hen. "What are you doing?" Bai Zia hastily grabbed Guwen. Since Bai Zia had brought Guwen into Mortal World Peak, he felt dishonored and angry over Guwen being bullied. Everlasting Taoist Lord spoke. "Meng Lang, in Mortal World Peak, no one can harm you, and should anyone cause you harm outside, Mortal World Peak will not simply let it go." Guwen smiled at Bai Zia, then broke free from his grip, turning towards Everlasting Taoist Lord to bow respectfully, before continuing towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen laughed, not expecting this young man to actually walk towards him. "You called me Mo Hen, right? Why must you force me?" Guwen shrugged and spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. His steps didn't stop, suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura, causing everyone's complexion to change drastically, including Mo Hen's. With each step Guwen took, his aura surged, quickly surpassing the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and continuing to rise. How is this possible? A carefree primordial immortal widened his eyes in disbelief. Others were similarly shocked, and Wuxia was dumbfounded. When Guwen reached Mo Hen, his aura had reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, with the strongest present only at the 6th layer, and Mo Hen himself only at the 4th layer. Guwen lifted his chin, looking down at Mo Hen, asking, "How did you address me just now?" Mo Hen's face looked extremely unpleasant as Guwen's aura completely overwhelmed him. The banquet fell into silence. You could hear a pin drop. The most alarming incident then occurred. Guwen actually reached out and patted Mo Hen's wrinkled face. Though the gesture was gentle, to everyone watching, this was the making of a deadly feud. Chapter 311. A million years is far from enough. After Guwen slapped him, Mo Hen's face showed disbelief. He had not expected Guwen to be so audacious. Despite the gap in their cultivation levels, they both existed as carefree primordial immortals. Mo Hen clenched his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you, and from which sect do you come?" Everyone else stared at Guwen, waiting for his response. A heaven and earth flying immortal who had just joined Mortal World Peak was a carefree primordial immortal? Everyone felt it was absurd and even suspected Guwen had ulterior motives. At this moment, Wuxia could not help but entertain doubts, but upon rethinking, he recalled that it was he who had persuaded the individual to join Mortal World Peak, and it did not seem like a setup at that time. Guwen fixed his gaze on Mo Hen and said, "Does that really matter? If I were merely an ordinary peak master of Mortal World Peak, how would you seek revenge on me?" As soon as Mo Hen exhibited hostility toward him, Guwen had already marked him as a dead man in his heart. Guwen's statement made Taoist Lord Yongyan narrow his eyes. After hearing this, Mo Hen's expression grew uglier, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. Could he also be aiming for Dingtian Peak? Mo Hen thought angrily in his heart, not considering it a coincidence. How could it be that a randomly chosen person turned out to be a great cultivator concealing his power? Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Bowing his head in submission would not erase the karma, but refusing to do so would only worsen his situation. Suddenly, Mo Hen revealed a smile and said with a clasped fist, "If that's the case, I am even more convinced to join Mortal World Peak. As for Dingtian Peak, I no longer want it. Qingtian Peak is also fine." Upon hearing these words, most of the people present heaved a sigh of relief. Taoist Lord Yongyan spoke. "Forget it, Taoist friend, please go to another sect." Everyone was taken aback by his rapid change in attitude, and Mo Hen's face turned even uglier. Guwen turned around to look at Taoist Lord Yongyan, saw him slightly nodding, and he couldn't help but smile. "Very sensible. Umph." Mo Hen let out a cold snort and left with a flick of his sleeves. Everyone urged him to stop, fearing he would stay and escalate the conflict. Guwen raised his right hand, causing everyone to look at him, not understanding what he intended to do. 3 breaths later, Guwen suddenly clenched his hand, then quickly put whatever it was into his sleeve, the movement so swift that no one saw what he had in his hand. "You have successfully seized 8,709 years of lifespan from Mo Hen, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, 4th layer." Looking at the prompt before him, Guwen remained indifferent, feeling no sense of accomplishment. The surrounding carefree primordial immortals suddenly changed their demeanor. They looked at Guwen with fear, realizing that Mo Hen's aura had suddenly vanished. The heaven and earth flying immortals were curious about what Guwen had just grabbed. Guwen moved next to Wuxia, and Taoist Lord Yongyan looked deeply at Guwen and then signaled for the cloud banquet to continue. Wuxia looked at Guwen, wanting to say something but hesitated. Guwen smiled and said, "By Taoist friend, shall things remain as they were before?" Wuxia subconsciously nodded, his demeanor becoming reserved. How could things be the same? Damn, That was frightening. Xia felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart, wondering if he would have been killed had he acted arrogantly in the beginning. He couldn't voice this question, but the answer was quite clear. At the subsequent banquet, Guwen became the focus, with everyone enthusiastically interacting with him, a stark contrast to the earlier scene, even the carefree primordial immortals addressing him as a senior. At Debating Peak, a yard filled with tables where Lu Lingjun, the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit, and Su Shi sat together, Xianxia was at another table, engaging in a discussion on the principles of Buddhism. The Holy Mother of the Western Spirit looked at Su Shi, curiously asking, "Miss Su, I wonder if we might have the honor of visiting your master? I would like to thank him in person for taking care of Spirit Lord Lu." Lu Lingjun also looked toward Su Shi. In the past few days, Su Shi had shown her around, enriching her understanding of many immortal cultivation concepts. Whenever she wanted something, Su Shi had purchased it before she even asked, and despite some reservations about the motives of the Dingtian Peak Master, she still held a good impression of Su Shi. Su Shi shook her head and said, "My master hasn't mentioned wanting to meet you, nor has he said he is keeping Ms. Lu. After the Peak Conference, you may return without any burden." This statement caused the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun to exchange puzzled glances. Just then, a cultivator landed in the yard. The elder from the Great Cold Demon sect offended the Dingtian Peak Master and perished just after leaving Mortal World Peak. The person spoke excitedly, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing it concerned the Dingtian Peak Master, the trio showed curious expressions. The person began to recount the events at the Cloud Banquet, a scenario that was spreading quickly among all peaks of the Mortal World Peak. Mo Hen had once been an elder of the Great Cold Demon sect, which was nearly dissolved, so Mortal World Peak had no hesitation in making his demise known to demonstrate its strength. From Mo Hen forcing the Dingtian Peak Master to relinquish his position to the Dingtian Peak Master showing stronger cultivation than Mo Hen and publicly slapping him, forcing Mo Hen to leave disgracefully, the whole process fired up everyone who heard it. Mo Hen had just flown out of Mortal World Peak when he fell, making the Dingtian Peak Master seem even more formidable in the eyes of the listeners. The news spread within Dingtian Peak, motivating all disciples and clearing the gloom of their low ranking. After understanding this, Lu Lingjun felt even more uneasy. Such a strong-willed Dingtian Peak Master. To have such a person assisting her was a mixed blessing. Due to the conflict between the Dingtian Peak Master and Mo Hen, this Wanli Peak Conference became much more discussive. As Mo Hen's identity and deeds were unearthed, all guests could feel the strength of Mortal World Peak. After the Cloud Banquet ended, Guwen returned to the Supreme Sect. He had also heard the noise from Mortal World Peak. How could news spread so fast? In reality, it was Mortal World Peak deliberately promoting it, thankfully without mentioning Meng Lang's name, showing him respect. Guwen returned to the Third Medicine Valley and happened to meet an Exin, and they chatted for a bit. Master's disciple discussed ordinary matters in the valley, and Guwen found talking about lives' minor details more interesting than discussing major worldly affairs. Those carefree primordial immortals always talked of grand principles and the world's populace, floating aloft. In the divine exotic realm under the blood-red firmament, Zhang Buku stood by the seashore practicing his divine skills. Behind him, the divine exotic realm master sat before the divine exotic life tablet, looking up at the heavens, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. Zhang Buku finished his maneuver and turned to face his master, asking, "Master, the great calamity has ended, and you have reached agreements with various sects across the sea. Why do you still look so troubled?" Thinking about how sword and circumverted the Great Cold Demon sect stirred his blood. Since he began walking the path of immortal cultivation, he had often heard of the deeds of Sword Venerable Fudao. He never imagined that wherever he went, Sword Venerable Fudao would still be revered by all as a supreme great power. Divine Exotic Realm Master slowly retracted his gaze and said, "Just like Master, the Great Cold Demon sect is but a pawn. This matter cannot end so quickly. The commotion is too large, and the Holy Court will surely investigate. When the storm settles, more trouble will come." Zhang Buku disagreed and said, If there were an existence behind the great cold demon sect capable of contending with Sword Venerable Fu Dao, wouldn't they have acted long ago? Perhaps they are investigating Sword Venerable Fu Dao's identity and cultivation level. Master, don't worry. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus on cultivating and strive to break free from destiny on your own? Zhang Buku advised. Since his father's death, he had faced continuous tribulations and developed a firm heart. He knew worrying about the future was futile, and seizing the moment to cultivate diligently was key. The divine exotic realm master shook his head, smiling. Master is not like you. I cannot strengthen through cultivation. The more divine exotic resentful ghosts there are, the stronger master becomes. Zhang Buku frowned upon hearing this and asked, now that the world is at peace, won't you be unable to expand the number of divine exotic resentful ghosts? The divine exotic realm master nodded, then looked up again and said, it just means I can't grow stronger in this realm. My disciple, would you like to venture to other great heaven and earths? Where? A very dark realm. The words of the divine exotic realm master puzzled Zhang Buku. What did very dark mean? Was there a place darker than the divine exotic realm? Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Lingjun returned. She saw Guan playing Go with someone and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Was Go really that engaging? Her gaze fell on Xianxia. Why had this prominent figure from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect stayed here all this time? She couldn't figure out what charm the Third Medicine Valley held to attract such a great cultivator. She communicated with Guan telepathically. Upon hearing her, he immediately asked Yang Jian, who was standing beside him, to help with the game. Seeing Yang Jian prepare to play, Lu Xianyi from the Holy Court approached. Over the years, he always tried to flatter Yang Jian, a demeanor that led Guan to speculate, but Guan had kept his thoughts to himself, pretending not to know. Guan squeezed through the crowd to greet Lu Lingjun. Let's talk in your room, Lu Lingjun nodded. Guan had no objections, and the two made small talk as they walked toward the building. Once inside, Lu Lingjun casually sat down, scanning the surroundings. When her eyes landed on certain books on the shelf, she couldn't help but grimace. Some things never change. Guan brewed tea for her as she began recounting her experiences over the years. I attended the Wanli Peak meeting at Mortal World Peak. It was an eye-opener. Are you aware of Mortal World Peak? Lu Lingjun asked. Guan nodded and replied, I've heard of it. Xianxia was there too, but I don't understand much about it. Those great cultivators said I'm not qualified to know. Lu Lingjun smiled and said, Indeed, you're not qualified. But I was fortunate to attend, and I can tell you about it. Want to hear? Guan, carrying the hot tea, placed the cup in front of her and said, Of course, I want to hear. Go on. Let's see if you will try to impress me. Lu Lingjun began from where she first learned about the Wanli Peak meeting, and Guan sat down to listen attentively. She didn't hide the Dingtian Peak master's protectiveness toward her, even her language seemed to steer, seemingly eager to see Guan's reaction. Guan kept a normal expression, silently criticizing in his mind. Are all women like this? Previously, Jiang Qiong also used Sword Venerable Fu Dao to pressure him. After some time, Lu Lingjun remarked reflectively, the strength of the Dingtian Peak Master is unimaginable. The elder from the Great Cold Demon sect was killed just like that. I wonder when I could reach such a realm. Guan joked, practice cultivation for 180,000 years. Lu Lingjun glared at him and retorted, easy for you to say? 1,000,000 years might not be enough. You have no idea about the vastness of the Immortal Path realm.